Yeah, she do a continuity check from Earth to live.
The next one come out. No?
Wait till they all come out. Check them all, because I think
we might get a prompt in a minute when they all come out. Okay.
Please put in.
Yeah.
If not, I'll get 3 other replacement ones.
Or to change the room.
Okay, here we go. Right. Yep.
We were so close.
Computer says no.
Different one though.
Ooh, go get another. I don't know what.
Give another go. Good.
Yeah, it's making progress. It came up with that screen again.
But there's a compact drive.
Yeah.
No, that's the screen that shows that one of them's going to pop out in a minute.
Yeah.
Oh look, hang on. Our images are coming up.
Disk drive, yeah, that's on. Okay.
I just want to get another disc.
Yeah, nothing's going on yet, so not.
Stop.
Okay, right, here we go. Right.
As they say, try again.
Okay, this interview is being tape recorded. I'm PC Robin Young, attached to the Cannon Hill Safe Neighbourhood team, based at London Police Station. 2136 SW is my shoulder number. The other officer present is...
my name's Tom Clark, I'm a detective and I work at the stalking unit based at Stratford.
Okay, I'm interviewing... I would just provide your name, please.
Michael.
Oh, me, sorry. Yes, Michael Oliver Hart.
Thank you, Michael. Also present is...
Yeah, my name is Christine Eggett. I'm a solicitor from Berks, and my role in the police station is to protect my client, Michael Hart's basic and legal rights. I shall only intervene as and when it appears to me to be necessary.
Okay. Also present is...
Question, you're from the Appropriate Adult Service and here to assist with communication and to see the procedure to follow.
Okay. As an appropriate adult, you're not expected to act simply as an observer, and the purposes of your presence are first, to advise the person being interviewed, second, to observe whether or not the interview is being conducted properly and fairly, and third, to facilitate communication with the person being interviewed. Okay? The date is the 19th of January 2023, and the time is 1300. This interview has been recorded, and it may be given in evidence if the case is brought to trial. At the conclusion of the interview, I'll give you a notice explaining what will happen to the tapes here, but discs. I must remind you that you have the right to free and independent legal advice, and you can speak to the solicitor at any stage during the interview. Obviously, you have to sit here, so. Okay, I have to remind you that you don't have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you not mention when questioned something which you later rely on in court. anything you do say may be given evidence. Michael, do you understand what that means, that caution?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to just explain it to me in your words? How
Anything I choose to disclose during this interview may be used against me or in defence of my own case and cause.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Right, okay, well, obviously, this is a case of, initially started out as a neighbour dispute and has escalated into offences of stalking. Basically, Michael, just regarding what's your, what medications do you take currently?
Diazepam as needed. Daily doses of 200 milligrams of citrulline, it's a mood stabilizer, and there's this other one I keep mispronouncing, QE something. Anyway, but that's a antidepressant.
Okay, and how often do you take those?
So it's a daily measurement for those last two drugs of the diazepam as needed.
Okay, thank you. And just basically, obviously you're partially or severely sighted. What is the extent of your vision?
So, I am registered with Burton Council as being severely sight impaired.
Severely sight impaired.
Which is not the same as being visually impaired.
Okay.
We used to use the classification either partly sighted or blind.
Yeah.
That is no longer done. The status of severely sight impaired describes all situations from zero vision of any type up until the point at which navigation is possible with aids only, and I'm within that boundary.
Okay, alright. And do you regularly see a medical professional or GP or something like that? Or?
Yes, I am a regular attendee at Morford's Eye Hospital in London for my eye care. So they're my primary physician for the health and welfare of my remaining vision.
Okay, and how often when was the last time you saw them basically? Or when?
Well, COVID interfered with a few appointments and I've not been able to attend two of them, but there were yearly routine checkups for them, ophthalmology and photography.
Okay. Our understanding of the ongoing issues is as follows. Okay, basically, Mr. and Mrs. Connell purchased the property of 56 Cherrywood Lane in January 2021. The house is terraced and attached to neighbours at yourself and your father. The house was originally in a state of disrepair. And the Connells began working on the house themselves. What lasted for some time and caused some disturbance to neighbours, including yourselves. During February 2021, Mr. Hart and yourself made complaints to the Merton Council Environmental Health Officers. We then came concerned regarding comments posted to the social media platform Nextdoor, which is a digital platform similar to that of Neighbours Watch in retrospect. A social media platform to which you were at the time a lead administrator. And you made a complaint to Nextdoor themselves regarding Mr. Connell. Jack Connell also made complaints to the social media platform Nextdoor following comments posted. Following believed to be comments by yourself regarding a negative review of Mr. Connell's building company. Work at the house, obviously.
Can I just stop you?
Yeah.
You're basically disclosing. Are you going to go through the full disclosure?
I was, yeah.
And then ask him specific questions?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Sorry.
We are duty bound, really.
Oh no, I appreciate that. It's just that he doesn't know whether to intervene and comment.
Yeah, I think Robin should have explained that at the start. I'm just going to, have you had sight of that?
Yeah.
Etc.
So
and we're going to read it out.
Okay, so this is the background basically for to where we are today, Michael. Okay.
Yeah, you can read it out, but there are significant corrections required to that.
That's the reason I raised it now is because there are throughout that summary that you're giving in the disclosure, there are comments that Michael would have liked to make regarding the accuracy of some of the things that you've said. So I don't know how you want to proceed on that basis, because it makes it a bit tricky.
That's fine. We're going to read the disclosure out, take 5 minutes, and then we'll ask specific questions.
Okay.
Right. The work on the house took some time, and it's been obviously conducted, as you mentioned, through the COVID pandemic. At this time, the mother was quite ill and bedbound. In March of 2021, Mark Hart made 3 further complaints to Merton Council of Environmental Health Officers due to the noise disruption of these extensive building works. And at which point you moved into your brother's address, away from the address for a period of about 2 months. Sadly, Mrs. Hart passed away in this time period, and it's going to coincide with Mr. and Mrs. Connell moving into the address of 56 Sherwood Lane. This appears to have been a catalyst in the start of this dispute, and repeated actions by yourself in the form of offence of stalking. In June to September 2021, you made further complaints to Merton Council with regard to noise issues, bonfires in the rear garden, their neighbour mowing their lawn and using machinery, and fly tipping. During this period, there were exchanges of words between yourself and the neighbour Jack Connell. In September 2021, the lead administrator of the Nextdoor social media platform was revoked by Nextdoor themselves. Throughout October 2021, Mark Hart made further complaints regarding noise to Merton Council. There was an initial report to police for a public order incident. Mark, you also made a report to police regarding unknown persons contacting Rightmove estate agents, which is an online sort of estate agents, regarding providing your address and contact phone details. And in January 2022, you received a visit from the RSPCA officer regarding animal welfare allegations. However, no actions were taken. In February 2022, sonic pest deterrent sound emitting devices were installed in the front and rear gardens of your home address 54 Sherwood Lane. And throughout this month, occupants at 56 Sherwood Lane contacted Cannon Hill Safe Neighbourhood Team over concerns regarding these high-pitched sonic noise emitting devices. On 23rd of February 2022, Cannon Hill attended 56 Sherwood Lane and served an ASB warning notice with an accompanying letter to both Mr and Mrs Connell following the allegations made to Rightmove. On the 28th of February, an ASB warning was served on yourself in the presence of care coordinator Charles Bill and caseworker Adrian de Rizzo Palmer. Basically advising not to make reference to your neighbour via social media and removal of the sonic devices and the intrusive CCTV. On the 21st of May 2022, Jack Connell attended the police station for an interview under caution +3 following allegations of trespassing in the rear garden, including criminal damage and theft of such sound emitting device. On the 1st of June, Jack Connell was issued a community protection notice warning. The conditions for Jack Connell included not to engage in behaviour which causes or is likely to cause harassment, alarm, distress, nuisance or annoyance, including excessive noise. 2. Not to enter the boundaries of 54 Sherwood Lane, SM44HS, and no direct or indirect contact with the residents of 54 Sherwood Lane.
Or my guests.
On the 1st of June, same day, 2022, yourself was served a community protection notice warning with these conditions: not to engage in behaviour which causes or likely to cause harassment, alarm, distress or annoyance to any person, including excessive noise. Removal of all audio devices, including those used for pest deterrents inside your address, including both the rear and front gardens. Discontinue CCTV recordings, both visual and audio, that capture footage outside the boundaries of your own property. Then on the 5th of July 2022, a penalty notice for disorder was issued to Jack Connell following the investigation with regard to the theft of the sound emitting device. On Wednesday the 16th of November 2022, Mrs Charlotte Connell attended the Wimbledon police station and made a statement regarding harassment stalking from yourself. Charlotte Connell stated that both herself and husband Jack Connell and their 2-year-old son Mason Connell had suffered actions and behaviours from yourself, including contact on 3 occasions from gas safe or gas engineers.
Yeah, it was some.
Sorry, Tom.
It was some NGL, which are subcontracted by the gas emergency service.
Okay.
And
these aren't questions at the moment. We're just reading out the disclosure.
yes, and I'm just clarifying
We'll
that.
come to that in a minute.
Okay, so I note that gas engineers attended and possibly were checked to see whether or not to turn off gas supply Basically, they checked that the installation had been completed correctly and no issues were found on any of the 3 occasions. Mrs. Connell believed these allegations were false and caused her family harassment, alarm and distress. Mrs. Connell said that over the past 10 months, yourself had installed numerous high-pitched sonic pest deterrent devices along the border fence with themselves, causing piercing noises which constantly caused headaches, stress, loss of concentration, disturbed sleep and the loss of quality of the family's life. Charlotte Connell also stated that Mr. Hutton installed CCTV cameras for over the past year which intrudes into both the front and rear gardens of their address, and that the CCTV also records audio and which captures photos of their 2-year-old son without her permission. Charlotte Connell stated that both her and husband felt unable to hold conversations in the garden due to being listened to and recorded by herself. The below main causes of stalking alleged by herself are through use of sonic alarms, including being fitted several devices in the front, rear and inside the house, which amounts to harassment and stalking. Obviously the gas engineers, we've been called 3 occasions. Various YouTube videos, I think there's 250. CCTV cameras which are installed in front and rear of the garden, which are pointing directly into the kitchen area of Jack Connell's house and their garden area. An electric fence has been installed to both the back and the front of the address, in between 54 and 56, which has caused the neighbours fear, anxiety, which amounts to harassment and stalking. Comments made on next door social media app, including bad reviews of their company, which has caused Mr. Connell anxiety, stress, amounting to harassment and stalking. And then they've also alleged that on both the 27th of October, 28th of October 22, 1st of November and the 4th of November, you self emailed Merton Council's Children and Family Hub over the concerns for child safety in relation to their child master, Mason Connell. On the 21st of November, following receiving a phone call from social service, Mr. Connell attended the front door, which you reported him on 3 occasions for public order, where he was shouting and banging on the front door.
Well, it's actually 5 offences.
Okay, alright. On the 5th of December, Jack Connell attended Women's Police Station regarding these and was interviewed under caution +3 and his behaviour over the last 2 years. Jack also provided a statement on this date detailing the ongoing stalking and harassment. Between that time and Christmas, Jack learned of a number of YouTube video posts which he was alleged to have put onto YouTube, including and since that point obviously he acted and made those signage and the petition. Mr. Connell was essentially arrested on the 10th of January for stalking and he's been currently on bail conditions for that offence. You yourself were obviously arrested on Friday the 13th at 9:18 hours for the offence of stalking under section 4A of the Protection from Harassment Act 1997 and various items received from the address, which we'll get to in a bit, okay? So first off, Mark, obviously, how long have you lived at the 54 Cherwood Lane?
41 years.
41 years. So is that virtually...
That's my entire, basically my entire life.
Okay.
I mean, I moved there when I was about 1.5, 2, so...
Okay. And the name of 56, previous to the Connell family moving in, who lived at the address?
A gentleman named Brian Whitbourne.
Okay, and he had dogs in he as well?
He had numerous dogs over the years, none concurrently.
Okay.
The last one was called Kai.
And did he live alone?
Yes. He previously lived with his mother until she passed.
And how did yourself and your family get on with the neighbour previously?
They were good friends. We've been friends all the time we have lived there. Mr. Whitbourne, he had lived there since before we moved in, so we knew him for our entire existence at the property until his death.
Okay.
In fact, as a by-the-by, Mr. Whitbourne named myself and my father as his best friends.
Okay, so you were close, you got on well with your neighbour?
Yeah, we were partially responsible for his palliative care towards the end of his life as well. So.
Okay. So then, obviously, the Connell family, I think, purchased the address, or representatives purchased the address in January 2021, and I think they moved in, obviously they started work and then moved in a few months later.
Yes, it's April.
Well, this is your opportunity to explain basically what was initial. How did you initially get on with your neighbour, your new neighbours, Connells?
So, we did not know about Jack Connell or who he was in relationship to anyone at that time. Initially, the reason why the property ended up being purchased by the father-in-law of Jack, i.e., Charlotte's mother, yeah. So the reason why that will happen was because a mutual family friend who has worked with Chris Duggan, i.e., father-in-law. Yeah. We were led to believe at the time that because Charlotte was pregnant, she wanted to have a nice home to live in. And due to the family relationships and good ties and no reason to distrust anyone, we assisted in ensuring that the property was kept available to them, and a discount was applied to the purchase price.
Okay.
So we acted in good faith at every single point. At no point do we believe that there was any trouble up until the first major incident involving Mr. Connell and myself.
So it's fair to say that prior to them moving in, you and your father were hopeful of a new family coming in?
Well, specifically, it was the wish of Brian, and then obviously of his executor, that someone be found to be good neighbours for us. In return for all of the care we provided to both Mr. Whitbourne in his final months of life, and also the support we gave to the executor. The intention was always to find someone nice and quiet and would be a good neighbour. Our very first contact with Mr. Connell was a quick introduction saying, "Hey, we were neighbours, how are you doing?" That lasted 5 minutes. At that point we had no reason to believe there was any problem whatsoever, up until the first major incidents occurred.
Okay. And did you or your father have a relation with Mr. Duggan? Indirectly. So we have a relationship with an interested third party, Steve Smith. He works with Chris Duggan. They're both builders by trade. So my father knows Chris via that relationship. So Chris has known Pete for long enough where he has seen Charlotte grow up from a little nipper to the lady she is today. So we had no reason to believe there were any troubles, any issues with the family. But again, Pete had no idea about Mr. Connell. No one had any idea about Mr. Connell. As far as we knew, a nice family were going to move in with a kid. And that was the case up until it became clear that that would not be the case. Okay, so at what point did it come to that? What was the first incident you can remember?
Right. The very first incident, the incident which resulted in the one bad review, which was not posted on Nextdoor, was actually posted on Google. At that time, we did not know that Mr. Connell was the occupier, would be the occupier. All evidence suggested, both the livery, the van, the sign outside, uniform, everything suggested at that time he was just a contractor coming in to do some initial clearing. So we had no reason to believe that was Mr. Connell, no evidence to suggest it was Mr. Connell.
And who wrote the review?
I did.
You did, okay.
The review was written following a major incident caused by then the contractor, whom we had no reason to believe was connected to the property. This incident was he filled a skip placed in the driveway with a large amount of flammable material and then set light to it. He had no provision to put out the fire, to control the fire, was just going to walk away from it, and had not Pete Smith intervened, he would have just let it burn.
And did you, your father, discuss that with Jack Connell or?
Yes, so there was a Pete Smith basically ordered him to put the fire out because it was in breach of building regulations and a hazard to his and everyone else's safety. Mr. Connell reportedly was said to my father and to Pete, "Oh, well, I've done it 100 times before," as if that's some sort of justification. He had no way of extinguishing the fire. I'm told he had to tramp it out using his feet.
Okay.
Anyway, so we now have a raging fire in a skip, which literally says on the side, I'm told, "Do not let a fire move the skip." During the event, a large amount of noxious smoke was emitted from the fire, which led both my mother, who was bedbound, and myself to believe the house was on fire. Now, a statement was made earlier that my mother was already severely ill and bedbound. That was not the case at that time.
So how long was your mum poorly for?
She has voluntarily decided of her volition to not undergo hip surgery, and due to that choice she decided that it was better for her just to live in one room. So she effectively became bedbound of her own volition. She needed some basic care due to the fact that she wasn't going downstairs. She needed people to bring her things, but beyond that she was happy, healthy, under the doctor's care. The doctors had no reason to believe she had any possible life-ending diseases. I know she was in fact tested for cancer 2 weeks before she died, because she phoned me while I was away, recovering from the stress caused by the other issues. But she phoned me up and said, I've been tested for cancer and haven't got any cancer. And those were the last words she spoke to me.
And that was via the telephone, because you wasn't there?
By the telephone, yes.
Okay.
Now,
how long were you away for the dress?
I was away for exactly 6 weeks, not 2 months.
6 weeks.
I was medically evacuated on the advice of A&E following the first major uncontrolled seizure. I was given special permission to travel during the pandemic, because it was that much of a risk to my continued safety to stay in that environment.
Was that a relative's address, was it?
Yes.
Was that your brother?
Yes.
Whereabouts was that?
Chelmsford.
Chelmsford, okay. It's not. What led to that then? What led to that seizure?
So, the first major incident with Mr. Connell. This is now after the fire, after the bad review. Now, it is worthwhile noting at this point, when he discovered this bad review, I am told he went up and down the neighbourhood shouting at anyone called Michael or Mike, demanding they take down the review. And at that point he did not know that I was the person who did that. And anyway, so that had already happened.
What was the intention in writing that review?
For the intention that we now have a building company who thinks it's entirely right and proper to set fire to flammable material in a narrow residential neighbourhood surrounded by flammable vehicles, making no provision for the safety of other people, pedestrians, disabled, residents, no fire extinguishing equipment, is a danger to himself and others, and that was the nature of the review. Also, that...
Was that in addition to the contact the health officers at the council?
No,
that's a different event.
Different event, okay.
Can I intervene at just a point? You said Pete Smith
Pete Smith.
was there, so he was a witness to that.
Yes, as was my father. That was before the installation of the CCTV, so we didn't have that. But my mother and I were... Well, so, I've been severely sight impaired. One of my biggest fears and phobias is fire. I was scared out of my life because we thought the house was on fire. Every indication we had, the house was on fire. We had thick, acrid smoke all the way to the front of the house. We thought the car was on fire, or maybe something had exploded in Dad's office below us. We didn't know.
That's one of your biggest fears, basically, you said, yeah?
Yes, it's one of my absolute biggest fears because, you know, fire. I mean, I've had some very bad experiences with various bits of fire over the years, so I don't like it the best of times. But my mother, whom relied on a chairlift at the time in order to get downstairs, I'm now scared about how I am going to get her onto that piece of equipment and down to safety. As it transpired, there wasn't a fire in the house, it was the skip. But we have no way of knowing that.
Did Dad relate to that to you?
Yes. Yeah.
So he relayed the fact that it wasn't a fire?
Yes. Yes. So he said there was a fire, it's a skip next door, the house is fine, the house is safe.
Okay.
Up until that point, we believed the house was on fire.
Okay. So what directly led you to your first seizure then, before you...
So, okay, following that event, during the initial renovation works, there came a point when we now know after the fact that he was basically being evicted from his current residence. So he urgently was trying to finish renovations to make 56 habitable. And in so doing, he broke 18 out of the 20 building regulations continuously for 4 weeks straight. So there was a 4-week period where both me and my mother did not get any restful sleep, no respite, no peace whatsoever, because Mr. Connell was quite literally doing highly disruptive and intrusive works for 9 hours a day for literally 4 weeks, every single day, including Saturdays and Sundays. Yes, during the COVID period, where not only would it have been very difficult for my mother to be out of the house because she became agoraphobic. Again, that's her own choice. But, also, I couldn't just go and walk around and do anything because, again, COVID. I mean, yeah, there was the ability to go and walk around for exercise, but that wasn't enough to get rid of the continuous high intensity impact equipment being used inappropriately against building regulations on the party wall, which he had no right to be interfering with to start with. The very first event, after 4 weeks, every single day of continuous noisy intrusive works from 8 till 5:30 usually, sometimes earlier, sometimes later. After that, there came a Sunday, I couldn't take it anymore, and I said to my father, either you go around and talk to them or I will. And Father actually wrote Jack a WhatsApp message, which we have in evidence.
And so he had Jack's contact details at that point?
Yes, because Jack's contact details were his work contact details, so the number was inside of the van.
So you're both, basically, both of you, your dad and Jack were on the same one WhatsApp, so they could see each other's icons and stuff. And
as far as I know, yeah, I suppose so. Remember that originally we had no reason to distrust him, we had no reason to have any worries or fears. So, you know, the completion documents and the surveys and the structural surface of steels, of course that's got all our contact information on it, which ultimately he then misuses, but that's another issue. The first major issue with Mr. Connell was on that Sunday. I had enough of it, couldn't stand it. It was 7:30 in the morning. It was 7:30 or 8:30, I can't remember, but way before social hours on for a Sunday. And they were doing there was woodwork going on, there was a powered bandsaw happening, there was a very, very intrusive, very noisy, high powered equipment which would not be available to a DIYer. I mean, this is proper professional equipment. I wouldn't mind knocking on the door. They didn't hear me, obviously, because it was too noisy, and so I knocked on the door harder, didn't hear me. I knocked on the door a bit harder still, didn't hear me. In the end, I ended up not pounding on the door, viciously so, but enough so it could be heard and eventually someone did answer the door. I subsequently read the Riot Act to the workmen. Building regulations, unsociable hours, the fact that it's been going on for 4 weeks straight. And I ordered the guy to down his tools, phone his employer, tell him he can't continue the work and go away. The next thing we know after that is Mr. Cornelvin sent a WhatsApp message to my father saying he's lucky that he didn't report your son to the police for damaging his door. And that was the very first major incident. Now, that is what first led to the presence of S&T officers that day, and the following day is when I left.
Yeah, so that's when PCSO Black and PCSO Wood attended.
And I said to them at that time, the guy is just trying it on, he's just taking the piss. If someone just talks to him sternly enough, that'll be enough.
Okay.
But of course that didn't happen, and now we're here.
Okay. And then, so trying to get back to when you had the seizure, what directly happened? What led to that directly?
That was caused because of that text message to my father saying that he's lucky that I wasn't reported to the police for damaging his door. Right. That made me very, very, very angry and anxious.
Sorry, what was that text? What was the crux of that message?
The important part of it is, and I'm paraphrasing here, and I've got a copy of it. You're lucky I didn't report your son. No, you're lucky I don't report your son for damaging my door.
Right.
In answer to the fact that why you're doing these disruptive works. And at that point there was a brief exchange of other messages. You see, every weekend he was doing work, if anyone complained, he would forcefully claim some sort of emergency. And that was fairly easy to disprove. I mean, for example, the Sunday he was doing that work, he said it was a gas emergency. Despite the fact that the person in the property was the same one that came the previous day doing carpentry, also doing carpentry. He came at the same time as that guy came, left at the same time as that guy came. It was the same number plate on the same vehicle, and he was using power tools around a supposed gas leak. I mean, no. He made no attempt to inform his neighbours of a potential emergency. Just many things wrong with that. And he told our neighbours on the other side it was a water leak emergency. And the week before that there was a heating emergency. And the week before that they had to secure the property.
And you, at some point were you using your mobile to film Jack in the garden, is that correct?
That was a lot later.
Right.
That was when he started. What was he doing? Wasn't because prior to the rendering, we had to take off all of the old rendering.
Yeah.
And he not
so
being
scaffolding around.
Yeah, so there was scaffolding at that point. Yes. Yeah. So it was up there on the scaffolding using a completely inappropriate tool to remove render, and I'm told causing horrible damage to the brickwork in the process. During this activity, he was raining down cement, brick, dust, and all sorts of other stuff onto my newly hatched flowers. At the time I was growing some saplings out for the Moating Garden Streets project, and I was actually due to hand that batch over to the other local coordinator for a neighbouring borough a few days later. So, I was filming that happening.
With your mobile?
Yes.
So you're supposed to hand those saplings to who?
One of the other coordinators of the Moating Garden Streets project, of which I was also one. So basically you do plant swaps is what we called it. So they were going to give me some basil, and I was going to give them some, what was it at the time? I think this is wildflowers.
And Michael, just to get back to the seizure, was it due to anxiety?
So following the text message, which made me very, very anxious, the fact someone could blatantly lie so freely about something that clearly didn't happen. Following that, I then phoned 101 to report the fact that this guy's just threatened to maliciously report me for damage that doesn't exist. And the response I got to that, whereby that's not a 101 call, you can't call 101 because someone threatened to report you to the police. Yes. That is what primarily caused the setup for what then eventually happened. But that didn't happen until after the visit from the SNT officers.
Yeah. And what the officers give words of advice?
I can't remember. I mean, I don't remember what happened at that point. Okay. But I remember they came. Yeah. I remember they were not very concerned at all.
Basically giving words of advice,
I don't know. I mean, I can't attest to that because I wasn't conscious.
So the issues continued and you had a seizure?
Yes.
Of anxiety?
Yes, so what...
who recommended that you move away from your address?
A&E.
A&E did, okay.
So, what happened later...
What's your feelings towards that advice and the fact that you had to move away from your address?
Well, I was following medical advice. They said it was the best thing for me to manage this condition, so I did what they told me to do.
And what's your feelings on the fact that obviously, during that period, you lost time with your mum?
Well, I'm still naturally resentful because that was the last 6 weeks of her life, and there's so many things I didn't get to ask her, so many things we didn't get to clarify. I mean...
Are you close to your mum?
Yes, very.
And you also say you feel resentful. Is that towards the Connell family? Or
no, resentful the fact that she died prematurely, before her time, through no fault of her own. I mean, indirectly, yes, I do blame Jack Connell for being deliberately obtrusive. One of the things he said to my father after her passing was, he said, she was really ill anyway. Callous. Really ill anyway, in a sort of a really... she wasn't really ill anyway. She was voluntarily bedbound. She was otherwise healthy and happy. And what transpired was after 6, 7, 8, 9 weeks of continuous, incredibly loud, incredibly disruptive noise, dust, debris, breaching of the party wall. He quite literally breached the party wall. He broke into our property through the chimney through his incompetent, inept attempts to remove the chimney breast, which he wasn't qualified to do. It contaminated our entire ground floor. It disabled my mother's mobility equipment. Chairlift became inoperative. And that itself was a source of stress and anxiety, knowing that might not work when needed. If it wasn't for Mr. Connell's hand-fisted work on the property, which he wasn't even meant to be doing, according to the original agreements, the paperwork for the renovation, he was meant to actually subcontract professionals to do this work. But at the last minute, he just said, no, I'm doing it myself. And because he's not qualified, because he doesn't know how to use the tools, lots of things went wrong because he just wasn't competent to do the work himself. One of the things that happened was he breached the party wall because he didn't understand that if you knock through a chimney, you have to be careful that there's a double skin there, which he wasn't. I mean, no attempt to ask. When we finally got to stop, he said, oh, well, you should have complained. He's done lots of damage to our property through his works.
But do you accept that the disruption was inadvertent, or I mean? Or
No, it was intentional.
It was intentional.
It was intentional.
Why do you think that?
Because he said so.
He said so.
He literally said so. On 2 separate occasions. Once he said that I'll give you something to complain about. I'm going to install a new driveway, an extension, and then you'll know what suffering is. And that's a direct quote. Also, one of his go-tos was, it's my property, I can do whatever I want, and you can't complain. When we tried to ask when he was going to do work, so we had some preparation, he just says, it's nothing to do with you, mind your own business, doesn't concern you. So,
do you accept that the house needed some work done to it there?
The house...
For a young family moving in?
No.
You don't
No. Okay, so, bearing in mind, I was partially responsible for the palliative care of the gentleman who previously lives there. I'm very familiar with that property and the state it was in. There was cosmetic issues that did need to be fixed, but they were cosmetic. There's nothing structurally wrong with that property. In fact, they removed from a housing stock a perfectly good, perfectly safe period house with period fittings, all the original glass work, all the original iron work. That somebody would have loved that house and treated it with respect. And he gutted it and threw all the fixtures, all the fittings, everything that made it unique. These 2 houses, ours and Mr. Whitbourne's, they were literally the first 2 constructed. I mean, these are typical period homes. The house did need work, cosmetically. It may have needed additional work electively to make it into a different space, but it was perfectly livable.
The original fittings and aesthetic rather than modernisation.
I mean, I personally say yes, because people would have paid over the odds for that. I mean, he paid 450,000 for that. We got him a discount because it was going to be 55 because we're doing him a favour. Yeah. But properties in our road tend to go for 70 plus, 80 plus. The ones with original fittings always go for more. Yeah. Okay. And the reason why I know that is because following the identity theft event, I then set up alerts for every estate agent, so if they ever tried it again, I'd know. Yeah. Which is how I then came to know when he finally did put the house on the market.
And that's what you received the ASB warning for?
No.
For the right move?
No. Oh, yeah, probably.
I think the police will know that,
yeah. On 23rd. So let's try and keep it in context. Okay. And obviously during the building works, this is ongoing once the family moved in, after your mum sadly passed away, the building works continued. Were there any other issues following sort of like building materials in the garden and stuff? And
yeah, constantly.
Stations?
Constantly. So.
What led to that?
Right. So, he made no effort to contain any of the spoilage or materials being discharged from the house. There's constantly dust everywhere. There's constantly bits of concrete in the garden, in the front garden, in the back garden. There's constantly very loud disturbing noises randomly throughout all parts of that side of the property. We've got cracks in the plaster work here and there that didn't exist before. A few of our paintings fell off the walls, need to be restored. That is building related debris. During that period also, Mr. Connell started fly tipping various waste into the nature reserve behind the property.
And you reported this to the council?
Yes, I reported this to the council on 3 separate occasions, on the 3 separate events which were identified, where there was an increasing risk of infestation of pests.
In what nature? What sort of pests?
Predominantly rodents, but also foxes. It's mainly foxes and what you might call field mice.
Okay. And in relation to your address, do you your address and next door, so 54 and 56, both back onto, would you say, a wooded area?
Yeah, it's a woodland area, which is the Cherry Wood Nature Reserve.
Yeah.
It's a site of special scientific interest due to the wildlife.
Known as Cherry Woods, and it sort of backs onto between your address, the wooded area, and then onto Northern Hay Walk. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And at the back of your property, would you say is there a fence panel missing?
No.
There's not.
No.
There's not a. So how do you describe the back of your property?
You might call it a ramshackle fence. It is a fence. It is continuous. There is a space where a gate used to be, which we keep covered with other material, including a pallet.
A wooden pallet, basically.
Yes, in fact, there's 2 wooden pallets plus the remains of the original gate.
Okay. And is there gaps in there for nature, animals?
Yes, so there's on the bottom there's plenty of spaces for hedgehogs to come and go.
And would you say a fox would get through that hole?
Yes, and sometimes they do, and more often we tend to go over the top, but yeah.
Okay. And obviously you we're coming up to the sonic devices now in the garden in relation. What were the reasons for these installation of these
Because
sonic devices?
Following my complaints to the council about the fly tipping caused by Jack Connell, including household waste, i.e. food waste, which itself directly led to a dramatic increase in the rodent population and rodent activity in the vicinity. He then contacted the council and then said that we had caused this due to the rubbish in our garden, which didn't exist. Because of this false complaint, we then got a before action legal notice from the council saying that we were responsible under the provisions of the Prevention of Damage to Property by Pests Act 1946 to take one of the following actions. The only one available to us was measures to prevent further encroachment, because the other measures were not available to us. We are not going to clear our garden, which was the only other viable solution, due to the fact that my late mother always loved our country garden. It's a very wild garden, and we're not going to be clearing anything, and there was no need to clear anything because there was no actual harbourage, but there was an additional presence of rodents which we then needed to keep out.
Right.
Hence the need for those devices.
How do you describe those devices? Are they sonic pest deterrent devices?
Ultrasonic.
Ultrasonic, okay.
Well, they are intended to be ultrasonic, but due to Jack's direct interference with these devices, some of them became damaged and some of them got set to different settings which made them audible where they should not have been.
Okay. Who purchased these devices?
I did.
You did yourself. How many did you purchase originally?
Right. Originally there were 2.
Okay. And where were they placed?
Originally they were placed about 3 feet from the back gate, into our garden, roughly in the middle, roughly pointing about 35 degrees arc across each other.
Okay. And how many, over the period of the 2 years, how many have you placed in the garden?
Every time Mr. Connell broke one, I was forced to then try and repair or purchase a new one. So in total, over the last 18 months, due to the damage, theft and other destructive acts of Mr. Connell, I probably had to purchase at least 18 of them.
18. And how many at one time have you had in your garden, would you say?
Well, there's always been 2 at the back, and it became necessary to have another 2 out in the front.
Okay. And you're sure not no more than that? Only one time?
Well, yeah. There were times when there were more than 2 devices in the garden, but at any one time only 2 of them were operational. Occasionally I didn't bother to bring in some of the ones that Jack's already broken, so there were times when there were 3 or sometimes maybe even 4 devices in the garden, of a non-functional nature or otherwise not in use and not able to be used due to them being broken, not working correctly, or waiting to be repaired.
Okay, I'm just going to refer you to exhibit RPY 23. This is a statement from PC Ruben Brescia, who's an officer that was on Cannon Hill Safe Neighbourhood team.
Brescia.
BRESCIA.
Okay.
That's a replacement.
But basically, obviously, he's attended well, a couple of occasions
What day?
undressed after service. One was heard me. So one was the 1st of June, one was the 11th.
1st of June, which year?
22, sorry, it was all 22. 11th of July 22, on RPY 20 as well. Basically, that's right, he at the time he was a same role as myself. He was a police dedicated ward officer for Cannon Hill Ward. Basically, I was going to quote somewhere. So he's attended following sound complaints of sound from these sonic devices. Basically, he went into the back garden. Michael stated that he's far away, there weren't any other noises. As I went into the open door into the garden, I could hear the further noise. Once at the store, I could hear Jack Connell say that the noise had already been turned off for calling. I could hear a high-pitched sound going off, coming from the garden area. I don't know pinpoint exactly where it was coming from. As I walked into the garden, I could find the source of the noise. At the back of the garden, there were a couple of devices, apparently for foxes, which were pointed out by yourselves. On the terms of the garden, by the back door, sorry, lost my answer. So some piece of pressure went back into the garden. Michael Hart said there was no other possible devices. He was willing to show me. He then upstairs to the bedroom and then over to the back garden.
Yeah, at the time I had just taken medication because I was about to have a seizure, which is why I went upstairs.
PC Brescia came stating that he found the item that was making the noise and showed it to Michael Hart. Michael Hart stated that the device was broken. However, PC Brescia stated that it was on and it was making a noise. Michael Hart continued to state that it was broken and it wasn't making a noise. Do you accept that possibly you don't hear all the noise because it's ultrasonic, that other younger officers might hear it, depending on age and hearing ability?
I'm not going to attest to that, but I have physically dismantled that device to work out what was wrong with it, and the only way it could have been making any noise was likely due to a malfunction in the generator.
Okay. So Michael Hart basically led us to the back room and showed us devices that were alleged to have been broken or damaged. PC Brescia confirmed that he could hear the noise coming from these devices. You stated that this device used for foxes. PC Brescia confirmed that it was making a high-pitched noise. So what I'm trying to get at is that I understand that you believe that some devices are broken and not working, but can you understand that possibly, depending on your level of hearing ability, other officers or other persons could hear the noise?
I'm not disputing that noises can be heard. I am disputing that just because they happen to start malfunctioning, that is somehow a problem. I mean, the reason why they were in boxes in the house and boxes outside the house was mainly for storage, while I got round to collecting them all together, labelling them, and putting them into a box called evidence, which has subsequently been photographed by officers on the 13th, I believe. Because there's so many of these things been broken so often, I lost track of them all.
Yeah.
So a few of them, I literally forgot where they were. And there was one in a green box, which I just completely forgot was there. Again, I'm now on high doses of mind-altering medication, and I barely remember what's going on half the time.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to refer to Exhibit RPY 33. This is a statement from Charlotte Connell. Basically saying over the last 10 months, this is dated the 16th of November 2022, mentioned in the usual background. Over the past 10 months, Mark has installed untold amounts of high-pitched sonic pressure deterrent devices. In the front of the gardens, all of which affect both myself, my husband and my 2-year-old son. These piercing noises can be heard by all of us, which hurt our heads, cause us stress, causing us stress to both myself and my husband. So can you accept that it is causing neighbours disturbance and affecting their sleep?
Well, all of the evidence, i.e. things you can actually point to demonstrate someone may be suffering or in pain or any activity which would be abnormal, none of that happened. They never showed any signs of any distress, any discomfort. In fact, on a couple of occasions, Nathan came onto my front garden and was playing with them. I mean, he wasn't afraid of them, he wasn't scared of them. He was literally playing with them.
Mark, I'm just going to read out. This is noise. This is RPY. This is RPY 11. These are the noise diaries that Charlotte Connor was also provided to the council and forwarded on to us. So we've got from the 2nd of June, 5th of June, 10th of June, 12th of June, the 18th of June, 22. This is 2022. 20th of June, 25th of June, 26th of June, 1st of July. 3rd of July, 4th of July, it goes on and on. The dates originally started from 20th of April 2022, 30th of April, all the way through May. Basically, very high pitched noises randomly going off, constantly going off, giving us headaches, extremely, headache, stress, loss of sleep. We can't have our windows open.
Well,
what I'm trying to get at is basically they've made them.
They made
based on the advice of the council, they made a noise diary in the fact that
yes.
high pitched noises are
What's
caused.
the last date? You have the last date now.
This goes up to the 4th of July, but obviously this is just an example of the fact that this has been ongoing throughout the whole year.
So there are several things wrong with that premise. Firstly,
do you accept that they're experiencing it? I'm not saying you do. But
no.
Can you accept that they're hearing noise?
I'm trying to describe to you the actual evidence which suggests they can't. One, importantly, they have never opened their windows, and they have purposefully, from day one, since moving in, blocked off all their air
Why do you
bricks.
think they're not opening their windows though?
Because they don't like to. They want the place smoothly sealed.
How do you know they don't like opening their windows?
Because they never do. They never have done, ever.
And you don't think because they've mentioned it in noise diaries that they can't open windows because
No.
of noise? You don't
No. Since the day they moved in, before any noise complaints are ever made, they've always had the windows closed, and they deliberately close up all their air bricks because they don't like fresh air, I'd imagine. Also, we believe they're aware that their boiler is faulty and are sealing up their air bricks and windows to prevent themselves being poisoned by carbon monoxide. They've never had their windows open, so using that as evidence that they are suffering isn't in itself sufficient.
I've just used an example that they reported to the council that they're suffering with noise from these ultrasonic that you described them as noise emitting devices, pest deterrents.
Yes, and they weren't suffering until they started beating them up, bashing them and hitting them. All of those complaints started after Jack started hitting the devices, breaking the devices, or otherwise interfering with them.
So are you saying that...
I think they made the complaints of the noise prior to your complaints of any criminal damage to the devices. So I think that predates. I think the order's wrong there. I think their issues predate any damage. Or
yes, the first complaint that was ever made was because, and I have this on videotape, Charlotte saw a green flashing light. After she first saw that light, she then started making complaints. There was no evidence up until that time there was any discomfort or anything, so we always believed it was psychosomatic. That device had been in place for 3 weeks prior to her first complaint, and she happened to be driving in, happened to see a blue light, associated it with something noisy. We believe maybe she's got some sort of childhood trauma from these devices, but it was not credible at the time that this one device was somehow giving her headaches and migraines and keeping her up at night.
Okay, this is Exhibit RP119, the statement from Constable Gemma Arigu, a response officer attended on the 25th of November 2022. I know it's jumping forward, but surname's A-R-R-E-G-U-I.
A-R-R-E-G-U-I.
R-E-G-U-I. It's RPY 19. Basically, we attended due to the complaints of noise at the property. I went back into number 54 and informed the market I could clearly hear the noise. I found it very comfortable and distressing.
But what date was that?
Hang on a sec, this is the 25th of November 22. I was feeling unwell with the ongoing headache, dizziness and nauseousness.
Yes, that officer.
Due to the high-pitched ear-piercing sound.
That officer.
Do you accept that their officer could hear the noise?
That officer is directly responsible for critical damage to much equipment in my loft.
Okay.
So.
I just tried to divide the issue. So, okay, I accept that you that's what you're stating. But can you accept that they can hear noise? I know these officers are younger than myself. I think they're in their 20s,
right.
30s.
Whether a noise exists or not, whether it is annoying or not, does not make it a statutory nuisance. And both the police and the council have both said in writing numerous times that we don't care about this, it's not a police matter or it's not a council matter. Just because a noise can be heard does not make me guilty of harassing anyone or stalking anyone. I have those devices up there for a medical purpose, which has been...
When you say up there, where do you mean?
Well, I now work in the loft space. I've turned it into a bit of a workroom. I've also got a hydroponic garden up there. Because I cannot use my own garden because Jack has made it impossible for me to, in any way, shape or form, enjoy peacefully my own property, i.e. actual harassment, which is actual, measurable and actually provable. Which has been measured, has been proven, has been demonstrated, whereas all you are telling me right now are statements as if facts with no evidence.
This is their account, okay? You can disagree. I'm just going to read out a portion of the statement. So it says, I went back into number 54 and informed Nicholas and Michael that I could hear the noise. That I found it uncomfortable, very uncomfortable and distressing. Michael lost his temper, telling us that it was for medical reasons. I went into the attic where the noise was coming from and tried to work with Michael in trying to switch on and off, or trying to switch off the device where it remained.
Yes, while she was threatening me to come back with an order to search the property. So under duress.
Michael was very confrontational and refused most of the time to switch anything off.
Because it would have created severe damage to do so, as I explained at the time.
After approximately 20 minutes of trying to work with Michael to locate the noise, I was feeling unwell with an overwhelming headache, dizziness, nauseousness, caused by the high-pitched ear-piercing sound. Michael started shouting for his father to come up the ladder and threatened me with prosecution.
Michael, maybe you could explain what the device is. I mean, you may have explained it before to other officer who attended, because this officer doesn't know what the device is.
Now, at the end of the story, it is eventually found out that due to an accident a few days before, we think, one of my bits of equipment fell down, became damaged, and was started to malfunction. And we believe that is the noise that was ultimately heard, because when that piece of equipment was disabled, the noise apparently then stopped.
So you do accept there was noise coming from the attic?
I accept unplugging a device had the result of someone telling me they can no longer hear something. Whether it's coincidence, I don't know, but it happens to be a device that happened to fall off a table 3 or 4 days beforehand, which, after it was unplugged, apparently alleviated the noise.
And who put these devices in the loft?
Me.
No one else, but just yourself?
It is me, but that device itself is actually part of my little stereo. I've got a little...
Speakers are connected to it?
No, those are the speakers.
What are they? They are the speakers?
Yeah.
Okay. Whereabouts in the attic is it located?
Where the power supply is, where my workstation is, which is...
Is it by the adjoining wall with 56?
Yeah.
It is.
But towards the eaves, not the middle. There's the whole chimney breast in the way, not just the 2 skins. Okay.
And so you think over a period of time, you think there's been about 18 devices that you've purchased at one point or another have been active at the address? Does that include the devices in the loft? Is that in addition? Is that not counting those?
Well, no. The device which was found to most likely be malfunctioning, most likely to be the cause of what's going on, is a stereo speaker. It's a stereo speaker with a built-in USB driver, so it has the ability to make noises by itself. So it probably became damaged in some way. Maybe an earth cable came off it, don't know. We've taken those out of the loft. They haven't been in the loft ever since that time on purpose to make sure that no one can then claim that we're somehow doing anything with those.
Okay, so both in the loft and in both front and rear gardens, why are those devices along the border fence of 56 Cherwood Lane and not the other side of your neighbours?
Because that's where the flowers are. I mean, it's obvious. Well, devices in the loft are not the same devices as the ones...
No, but they're audio emitting devices. Regardless if they've got different reasons, you understand that they emit a high-pitched noise.
The ones in the loft are not pest deterrent devices. They do not have any function to deter pests. They have the specific function of matching the specific personal frequency of my tinnitus.
But do you accept that they emit high-pitched sonic noise? Because I know you're saying they've got two different reasons, but both devices in the garden and in the loft both emit a high-pitched sonic noise?
Well, even if I admit to that, how does that help anyone? Of course they emit noise, that's their function. Their function is to, for different reasons, to create disturbance either for pests to not want to be there, or a inverse frequency of my objective tinnitus.
Okay. But do you accept that all these devices are along the border, fence or wall, either inside the house or outside the house?
No, they're not.
They're not?
They've moved around an awful lot.
Okay.
I mean,
at what stage have they been in the border wall with 52?
At some point, yeah.
At some point?
Yeah, we...
At no point has any of the officers that attended over the last 2 years ever seen any devices with 52?
I can't attest to that. But you have to remember that I started renovating the loft in May of 2022. Before May of 2022, it wasn't physically possible to get anywhere near that side of the property. Only significantly after that, when I started laying new foundations and new boards and redoing the power systems and all of that, only then was it possible for anything to even be working up there, let alone be placed up there, because there wasn't any power up there even.
I've been at the address since January 2022 up to present, haven't I, on various occasions, and I've never seen any device other than on the border fence or wall with 56. I've never seen any devices at 52.
Right, so the front garden of 52, our front garden, our border 52, has rosebush, conifer and other bushes. Yeah. The soil there does not support the proper maintenance of actual flowers. Yeah, the place where things actually grow, where the soil is actually arable, is the other side. That is why those devices are there, that is where the flowers are, that is where the irrigation system is, and those devices were installed because of the increased fox activity in the area, which we've now found out is caused by people way over the other side, somewhere near Hillcross, who've got a woman down there.
Is the wooden crate that you say, or crates that are against the fence at the back, is there still space at the moment for wildlife, like foxes or hedgehogs to walk through?
Well, hedgehogs, yes. Occasionally cats get through as well. Yeah. But that is why...
Large mammals.
Well, cats can get through any space they want to if they want to.
Okay.
Michael, can I just maybe I think I know where you're going. Michael, the sonic pest deterrents, do they deter hedgehogs?
No, they do not.
Okay.
They do not deter hedgehogs. In fact, they exist... One of these devices actually helps the existence of the hedgehogs by not being housed by cats.
Okay. So I just confirm that you still have the crates at the back of your property and the space for hedgehogs? We
do not have any crate at the back of the property.
You don't?
What do you mean by crate?
I mean pallet.
Pallet, sorry, wooden pallet, or you use a pallet.
Yes. Right.
That's still the same as that's been consistent throughout the time period?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I wasn't forced to install a couple of alarm systems because Mr. Connell kept invading into my garden and committing criminal damage with intent.
Put in a formal fence panel or gate at the back of the property rather than...
But why should we? Why should we?
Well, just what you're obviously concerned. You say you're concerned about foxes entering or the property, but that might help.
Foxes will get there. Foxes jump across the fences. They jump across the trees. Fixing that particular maintenance issue would not change.
I'm just trying to suggest, have you considered it as an option to try? It might not prevent. It might not.
We've only
reduced access to foxes.
We've only considered it in as much as replacing the entire back fence against our wishes and against our will, just to keep Jack Connell out. That's the only reason why we even considered it, because that is itself a habitat for various bits of wildlife. So getting rid of that fence itself will destroy wildlife habitat. So we'd rather not do that.
So you don't mean does not allow foxes to enter your property?
What?
The opening at the back, you don't think foxes can get through that gap?
We know they do. We've seen them do it. I mean, foxes can get anywhere they want to. If there was a 6-foot high fence there, they'll still get over it.
When was the last time you saw a fox?
I never saw any fox. I don't see anything. I'm blind.
I'll rephrase it. When was the last time you became aware of a fox in the rear garden?
Right. On the 14th and the 15th, we had 2 foxes and 2 cats. And the 16th we had...
This month?
Yes. And the 16th we had a bigger fox and a smaller fox.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to get at then is just by you saying that, obviously those ultrasonic pest deterrent devices obviously don't stop from foxes coming into the garden.
They've been removed.
They've been removed on the 13th.
Right.
As they were removed on the 13th, there was no longer a deterrent on the 14th and 15th when the sightings started happening.
Right. And have you considered non-audio devices, or what do they mean?
Yes, and as previously explained to you on multiple occasions, they are either not appropriate, not safe, or will not be effective. Poison would not be a good idea because I will then have to know where it is, and we have other wildlife to protect. And poison would ubiquitously kill anything that tries to eat it, including cats, including occasionally once or twice you can get a stray dog in the back.
And you know where these sonic devices are when they're in place?
Because I put them there. I put them there and they don't move. As opposed to poison, which if I put down, I can get flipped over, moved around, blown around. It's not safe. It's unreasonable. We can't clean the back garden for reasons I've already mentioned. It is a habitat.
So again, you're the sole person that placed these devices in the garden or gardens front and rear.
Yes, yes, and my father occasionally helps me to make sure I haven't accidentally put them in backwards or the wrong way around.
So he checks on them.
Yeah.
Have you ever assisted with you installing them?
No, what he has done is after the fact, I think everything's done. I just get him just to make sure they're not accidentally.
He reviews them basically, make sure they're correct. Okay.
So he is a passive role only, yes.
Do you accept that you've been regularly informed that these devices have been heard by your neighbours at 56?
Yes, and we reject almost every single claim due to the previous experience we have with them of, in many instances, literally lying, which has been proven to be the case. We don't believe anything they say to be true, and we will not consider it to be true unless there's some third-party verification that what they're saying may be true. When we first discovered that there might be a problem, when the very first officer came with the ability to hear, at that point we immediately allowed them to help us remove all the devices. Because before that point in time, we had no reasonable suspicion that what they were saying was true, due to all the other lies and deceptions and other things they have done, which would lead any reasonable person to distrust anything they say at face value.
And have you considered the impact these devices have had on your neighbours?
Again, we do not believe that the impact these devices have had, if any, is in any way, shape or form representative of what has been communicated. They may not like them, they may even hate them, they may have a prejudice towards them, they may just be part of their controlling behaviours. We don't actually know, but what we do know is 2 devices existed for 4 weeks before they ever complained, and they only complained after they saw them. And that only happened because they happened to come home at night and it had to be active at the time. And ever since then, they've been looking for them. Mr. Connell has been cited numerous occasions, literally with his phone over the boundary wall, looking for things, trying to find things, actively trying to find things. And if these things were, as they claim, causing this sort of nuisance and annoyance, why is he looking? Why is he trying to find things? Why is he searching my garden for things he can complain about, which he has done numerous occasions?
Mr. Connell sent emails on the 5th of March 22 without saying there's been 4 new devices in the front garden.
Yes,
Mrs.
which
Charlotte Connell on the 9th of March 22 emails about further devices placed in the rear garden.
yes, and what evidence do you have that actually happened?
Well, officers have attended, haven't they? And there's statements to the fact that
Yes,
seen devices there. I've seen devices in the front of the rear garden.
Yes, of course, yes, there have been devices, but how do you qualify the statement numerous devices? At any one point in time, there were 2 operational. Jack routinely says we've got 20, 30, insert a random number here.
Other devices in the garden, like carbon monoxide devices, testing.
Yes, because he tried to set fire to the woods.
So just explain to me, so other than the ultrasonic sound emitting devices, what other devices you have in just like the front? What devices have you got at the front garden?
As explained on numerous occasions, numerous emails to the SNT, we provided photographic evidence, annotated photographs of all these things. This is a waste of time telling you these things. You already know these things. For the record.
This is under caution. This is recorded interview.
Right. So, before Mr. Connell and Nathan and Charlotte moved in, there was nothing. We didn't need anything.
So before they got here, there was no devices.
No, there's nothing.
Okay.
Everything there has been installed as a direct result of some violation of our boundary or some crime or antisocial behaviour which made it necessary to install that device. Currently, there is 1 CCTV camera. There are 2 standard illumination lamps just along the pathway. There is a PIR illuminator.
What, sorry?
PIR illuminator.
What's that?
Blacklight. It helps night vision work on cameras. So cameras use passive infrared in order to light up a dark scene. The infrared available on the cameras isn't necessarily as good as it should be, and you can buy additional units to generate necessary light in order to improve the functionality of these things at night.
And there were devices?
So, right. There is a proximity alarm just above the water butt because Mr. Cornell kept literally trying to look through the windows over that side, trying to see what we're doing inside in a very creepy way. So that was installed just to make sure no one was doing that. We've also previously had break-ins through that window as well, and we were worried that people seeing him do that might give them ideas. So there's that. There's a burglar alarm sounder up there, connected to one of the burglar alarms. What else is there? Yeah, so that's the stuff at the top. Yeah, and in addition to stuff which is effective of the flashing, i.e. that equipment. Originally, we had 2 anti-pest devices protecting mum's flowers, specifically to protect the irrigation system because of the foxes. They found water source and they kept chewing for the cables.
And you get them as a tribute to your mum?
Yes. Yes, my intent is to keep those alive for as long as possible in tribute to my mother, because she was like flowers and gardening. And due to Jack's interference and the fact I can't even go into my front garden by myself anymore, I was forced to automate some of that process. That's why there's an irrigation system. I used to water with my hand, but due to Jack's interference and stalking and actual harassment, using his Ring doorbell to literally harass me, which has been demonstrated on many occasions. Because of that, I was forced to install irrigation systems to help care for the plants. Because of the increased number of foxes due to the warren over the other side of Hillcross, foxes came and started chewing the cables for those irrigation cablings, the cables and the supply tubes. So one was required for that. And then we started getting an increase in cats peeing on everything. And cat's pee is very acidic. So we didn't want that to be happening there either. Hence 2 devices, set to 2 different frequencies for 2 different discrete functions which were necessary.
Okay, and the devices in the loft, how long have they been how long have they placed there? When was the first time basically they were put in the loft?
When I started working on them routinely in late May
Of 22?
22, yeah.
Yeah.
Before that point, it wasn't feasible to even work up there. It took us a month to clear enough space in order to start the laying process for the new room.
And you say it's for your tinnitus?
Yeah, because
did you suffer with that prior? I can't say. Do you suffer that prior to the Connell family moving in?
No, they directly caught that by incredibly loud, disruptive, and dangerous work on the party wall behind where I was sleeping, 18 inches away from my ears, without warning, without notice. That kind of intensive noise in just a minute can do permanent hearing damage, is what it did. And I now have objective tinnitus in my left ear because of it. Ever since then I've experimented with various masking techniques and meditation and distracting techniques and you know.
Obviously, Jack Connell both informed police of some bricks missing from the partition wall in the loft area, the joining wall between the 2 properties.
That's incorrect.
And I'm not saying it's incorrect or correct, just saying what he did on the 5th of December 22. And the device was positioned, a sonic device positioned between the bricks of the 2 adjoining walls, released from yours. Can you
again, that is incorrect. That statement is wrong. So, these properties are terrace properties. Terrace properties do not have an exterior wall either side because it is a shared party structure. The loft requires ventilation. All of these properties have 2 or 3 bricks missing from both the gable ends, and they've always been that way.
Okay.
It's loft ventilation. Without that, you start getting mould and you start getting mildew, which is now going to happen in his property because
there are more bricks missing, but they're missing anyway. Is that what you're saying?
They were never missing. They were never there to start with, and intentionally because it is there for natural and proper ventilation of the loft space.
Okay. But where bricks should be in the wall, there's one missing, but you're saying it's always been the case.
Yeah, it is not missing. It is a design feature of these properties.
Yeah.
In the same way as the foundations are interlinked for ventilation, prevention of mold and spores and stuff like that, these properties are also linked in that way.
Okay. And was there ever a device placed there by yourself between the 2 walls, or between the 2 properties adjoining wall?
Well, that's where I work. At the time, I had a sort of a shelf which I'd made out of 2 fans, speakers, and on top of that, that's where I tend to place those things because it's the right sort of angle for where my chair is.
So at any point do you think you've placed a noise emitting device, possibly for your tinnitus, in the vacant vacant space between the adjoining wall? Is that possible?
If that occurred, it was the result of interference by Jack Connell, who sprayed my entire loft with highly flammable expanding foam, disrupting lots of equipment in the process, including that shelf, which, for all I know, resulted in the unintended side effect of something falling closer to the wall, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I wasn't there. Didn't have video of it happening. All I know.
Was there any sealant though? Was there any device in that place? Or?
Well, no. There was a shelf in that general facility above where those bricks are, to the left of where those bricks are, against the chimney breast, not against the bare wall. But when Jack shot high volumes of expanding foam into my loft, doing about £500 of property damage, that disrupted lots of equipment and probably caused things to fall down. And it is my contention that he reached through the party wall by making a bigger hole on his side to do so, to take the device through the wall in order to create the false impression that that may have been the case.
Okay. And are there any present devices in your property that emit sound? Yeah,
there's
currently going.
Oh, there's hundreds.
Hundreds.
I am blind. I have many devices around my home, all emit various levels of sound.
Okay.
I'm not qualified to say whether or not they can emit ultrasonic sound. They probably shouldn't, but there are lots of devices in my house which will not be present in any other one's house due to the fact these are accessibility aids.
So do they emit noises when you move?
Some of them do.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah. I mean, was an emotion one placed by the bird feeder? I mean, would you have realised that the bird feeder was set off the noise alarm at one point?
The only device by a bird feeder was a trail camera, and that goes click click. Occasionally it goes buzz buzz, but click click normally, as the shutter goes.
Okay.
There's bird feeder.
Okay.
So I've got a collection of 4 bird feeders, and they're all attached to the apple tree. And in that area, I never had any sonic devices at all.
And any stage,
no.
was it? Why were the devices placed so close to the back door of 56 Cherwood Lane?
They weren't.
They weren't.
They were well within our boundaries, well within the property line, pointing to...
They weren't within your boundaries, Michael. I'm just saying that were they placed towards the back door near the actual house rather than further down the address?
Because if they were faced further down the address, they would have potentially started to go off randomly through normal foot traffic on the public footpath. They're placed exactly where they're meant to be placed according to manufacturer's instructions.
And in your rear garden, as you immediately come out of the back door, is there a charging point there? On the left-hand side?
Charging point? No. There is a single twin earth power point out there, which I've had to rebuild due to interference by Jack Connell. He actually broke the housing of that, causing a short circuit and a few blown fuses at one point. There is some equipment there.
Yeah.
There is...
Is that sound emitting equipment?
Right. That specific area of the garden is where we get the most and the strongest sun throughout the most part of the day.
Yeah.
So that is traditionally where I charge solar powered items.
Okay.
So there have been occasions when these devices in a non-functioning state have been left there to charge by the sun. There are...
In that way, that PC Ruben Brescia found the device emitting sound that was within another box that was bolted shut. You had to unscrew it, and it was within another box by the shelf is where you mentioned.
Yeah, allegedly, yes. I wasn't there to see it, but again, we've had so many of these devices. Some of them were repaired, some not. I put a few of them away in a box and just forgot about it.
And was that box bolted down, screwed down?
No.
It wasn't.
No, the lid may have been secured, I reckon, because it's one of those sort of rings, but it wasn't fixed to anything. It was mobile. I believe.
Placed on the shelf by the back door of both properties. Would you accept that?
Well, yeah, that's where the shelf is.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
And it was on a shelf,
could you
halfway down.
But when they're being charged, can you consider the impact that might have on the neighbours?
No, because they were in a non-functioning state.
Right, but obviously, again, the officer could hear that.
Yes, after Mr. Connell has been seen on CCTV reaching over the 6-foot boundary fence and interfering with them. When I left them, they were non-functional.
Okay. This one was found in that box that you say was lid was screwed down. That's where that officer found that. Okay, and when he unscrewed it, he actually found the device within the box that was screwed down on that shelf, and it was emitting a sound.
That was one of the devices which had not got around to repairing. Forgot was there.
Okay.
It shouldn't have been making any noise, but it was damaged. That was the one that Jack Connell threw down the well when he invaded my garden with intent to create damage.
Were you the one that placed that device in the container?
Yes. But
you understand it was you didn't believe it was activated at the time.
Well, at the time it was full of water, you see.
Mm.
Now at the time it was not working. But water does funny things. I mean, I don't know how long it was in there between when I put it there and when it was found again, but in between that time so many other things have happened. I just forgot it was there.
Are you aware that your father Nicholas Hart had a meeting with police at Women Police Station in July and had agreed initially to remove these sound devices?
Yes, and I had a recording of that meeting.
Right. Who recorded that meeting?
Well, contemporaneous notes after the meeting.
Yeah, who recorded the meeting?
Contemporaneous notes were made after the meeting by my father on his computer after the event.
Oh right, but there wasn't any audio recording then?
No, he made it.
No. Contemporaneous notes were made by my father after the meeting while it was still fresh in his mind, so I know roughly what happened at the meeting.
Okay, that's fine.
At that meeting, it was agreed mutually that we would, as a matter of goodwill, voluntarily remove devices temporarily at our discretion while we sort out what Mr. Connell was doing. Specifically, if he left us alone for 3 months, we wouldn't put anything back, we'll try to do other things. But of course that never happened. And as per the agreement, we reserved the right to put them back out if they were necessary, which they became necessary, and as per the agreement, we made you aware of our need, and we did so.
Okay.
And this overrides the ASB.
Following that meeting, how quickly were the devices reinstated?
Well, we waited as long as possible, but I think it was about a week or a week and a half.
Okay. They all reinstalled?
Well, no. The ones in the garden, no. Yeah, one was reinstalled, one was left in the garden to just turn it back on. I think, yeah.
Okay.
I might be wrong about that.
That's alright. And basically, have you considered the impact on the neighbours of these sonic pests, or ultrasonic pulse pests that they've had on your neighbours, and sort of causing serious harassment, alarm, distress?
I do not accept that.
You don't accept
I do accept on the following grounds. One, nobody has ever complained about these things in any way, shape or form to us, either directly or indirectly, apart from the Connells, who have demonstrated repeatedly their willingness to lie and deceive and just cause havoc just because they can. So we have no reason to immediately trust them. And when it was made clear to us that one officer could hear something, we immediately allowed them to turn them all off, because at that point we didn't know. Up to that point we believed they were just lying, not they lied about everything else. At the point when we found it was technically possible for someone to hear, we did the right sensible thing to allow them to be removed, allow them to be deactivated while we investigated it.
Okay, I'm just going to refer to Exhibit RPY 38. A statement from Andrew Pickup, who is the Environmental Health Officer for National Council.
Yes, an officer for whom there is a current complaint.
June 2022, okay?
Who did not do an investigation. He did not carry out the prescribed tests,
Okay. All right. Well, but basically, I'm just going to paraphrase. On March 24th, 24th March 2022, he's visited throughout February, March, basically. I visited Mr. Connell and the best parents at front of 54 Cherrywood Lane were audible inside the property. I was able to hear the devices from across the road. I contacted Mr. Hart regarding this, and he previously stated that these devices were not audible. So do you accept that he...
Right. Mr. Pickup has his own safeguarding problems. Okay? He did not bring any monitoring equipment. He was unable at any point to pinpoint, even generally, where the noise is coming from. He was not able to rule out it could have been another property across the road or any other random source. And no effort was made to do a proper investigation. No readings were taken which could have helped indicate, prove or disprove what he said he could hear. The only thing we ever had was a ridiculous little bar chart which doesn't even make any sense, audibly, and the statement that something can be heard in their property.
Yeah, I mean,
it does not follow his devices.
To your point, I mean, whilst we repeat the deep noise we heard from the loft hatch of your property before, he did not consider this to be a statutory nuisance under the Environmental Protection Act. Okay? So he's trying to give a balanced opinion, alright?
And every time we challenged him...
I visited Mr. Connell again on the 27th of May, made note that the pesticides were audible inside the property and the back door, through the back door, with 8 activations between 9:35 and 9:39 that day. Between 9:41 and 9:51 there's 25 activations. The pesticides seem to be located in places where they can be activated by activity from Mr. Connell's garden to cause and target some degree of annoyance.
Only after he interfered with them.
Hang on. This was evident as there was one device fixed to a tree.
Yes.
And one several feet from the ground directed towards the Connell's property.
It was not
it was
directed.
likely to be activated by movement.
It was not directed towards their property
until attached to a tree.
There was not one directed at his property until he used a long stick to move it in that way to make it look like we're trying to do that. In the same way as I have video evidence of him literally poking my CCTV camera to a stick to make it look like it might be pointing more towards his property than intended. So, yes, there was one attached to a tree. It was attached to a tree because he kept breaking them and stealing them and knocking them down the well.
Alright. Okay. But do you accept that he obviously outlined to you that he could hear them from across the street?
We never had any devices attached to a tree out the front of the garden. You're talking about the back garden and the front garden.
I am, but I'm just saying you can hear devices from across the street from your property, regardless of the front.
He doesn't. No, we don't know that. That has not been established.
I'm just going on his statement. I'm not the expert. I'm just saying he's the environmental health for the Merton Council.
He also has safeguarding issues, and he also doesn't have all the information. And he also has 2 active complaints against him for malfeasance.
This is Exhibit RPY 39. This is I won't name him, but he's a resident further down the street. He's lived on the address since 1995. For the past 6 months, he could hear what he described as high-pitched noise coming from RPY 39.
And this is
a resident on the address. But I'm not going to name him.
Resident in the same street.
In the same street. Yeah.
In the same street.
Basically saying that for the past 6 months he could hear high-pitched noise.
What date does that statement say?
11th of July 2022. The noise is awful. When I walk down a footpath, public footpath, I can hear them and describe them as high-pitched noise as an irritant and causes me discomfort.
So you're talking about a guy walking past the property. You're not talking about the fact that he might be able to hear it in his home.
I'm just merely pointing out that other people other than Mr. and Mrs. Connell can hear these devices.
Well, walking outside past them.
I've already said that police officers can hear it, Merton Council officer can hear it, and now a resident on the road can hear it.
You say that as if that proves anything, and it doesn't. Just because noise exists does not make it either a statutory nuisance, a public nuisance, or any other nuisance.
I'm not saying it is statutory, I'm just saying that people are giving facts to that effect.
Yes, and how is that relevant? What evidence?
Because you just a minute ago stated that only the Connells have complained about the noise.
Because only the Connells have complained about the noise. Nobody else has complained about the noise. If somebody else has complained, they do not complain to us.
Did he approach? I mean, just out of interest, the party who you're obviously not going to name. Did he approach? How?
We did the door to inquire in case other neighbours have heard, but what should other neighbours have heard?
So I appreciate you. So he didn't make an active complaint. It was as a result of door to
No, but he's given a statement and he's prepared to
I appreciate that, but I think that's. I wanted to clarify for the purpose of my client that there wasn't an active. It wasn't an active. Not an active complaint, but as a result of door to door.
Quite right.
Yes, and we know for a fact that S&T officers went up and down the street directly asking people, can you hear a noise? Not, is anything happening unusual? It was very directed, and that itself is a problem.
Can I also intervene at this point, because the purpose of this interview is the allegation of effectively harassment.
Oh, good point, yes.
And stalking, but effectively that is effectively harassment, isn't it?
Stalking is worse, and it's under a different.
I appreciate that, but it has to be that your action in putting these devices was deliberately as an act of harassment, whereas I think my client is explained in detail that they were pest deterrent, why they were pest deterrent, what the purpose of it is in relation to his garden, and that in fact in themselves they're not a nuisance. So it's essentially for you to prove that his intention was deliberately to, as a means of harassing his neighbours, that he had them there. So I think whether it's high pitched or not, I think bearing in mind, I imagine you have other questions. We've carried on this really rather long time.
Yeah, this has gone on for a long time, so it's going to
undoubtedly
be a long interview.
Basically, we're getting other people have heard the noise, but it isn't just a comment, we're not imagining it.
Yes, after police went out asking people could they hear the noise. Nobody up until that point had ever complained, and no one complained to us.
Okay, Mr. Connell, when did you first install CCTV?
Mr. Connell? No.
When did you first install CCTV on the property?
5 weeks after the first major offence of disability-related harassment committed by Mr. Connell.
Right. And do you have cameras inside the property as well?
Yes.
How many cameras do you have in total, would you say?
8. There were 8 active fixed cameras. Most inside the property, 1 at the front, 3 at the back.
Okay.
There's a couple of dummy cameras, and there's one which is just there to be shot at. Because
who installed this camera?
I installed them all.
You installed all of them?
Yeah.
Did you have any help with that?
No.
Just you solely?
Yeah. I mean, after I installed everything and set it up the way I think it should be set up, of course I got someone sighted just to make sure if it was where I thought it should be. But yeah.
Does coverage of these cameras cover any part of 52 Sherwood Lane?
Only as much as absolutely necessary to demonstrate the crimes committed.
Is that the same for 56 as well? That's 52 Sherwood Lane.
No. The cameras are installed in a way consistent with the need and the requirement of the police to provide evidence of criminal activity, which has been asked for, which could not be provided if the cameras were not positioned exactly where they are, due to the nature and the type of offences being committed.
Are these 24 hours a day, these cameras?
No. So, the DVR continuously records a buffer from each of the cameras, which can be up to 3 days worth, depending on what's going on, depending on lots of other variables. But it's between 1 and 3 days buffer. I need that buffer in order to be able to locate the relevant footage and then download that relative footage.
Does it record audio?
It can. It doesn't have to. It is captured by default, but it does not have to be.
Has it captured audio?
Well, yes, of course it has.
It has. Okay.
And for good reason, because some of the offences are verbal offences of harassment and stalking, specifically of disciplinary-related harassment, which is necessary to record the audio of that to demonstrate the crime. So, of course, yes, for a legal, proper, valid reason.
Okay. But it's referred to RPY 10, which is a letter dated the 20th of September to the occupiers of 54 Cherwood Lane.
20th of September?
2022, yeah. It's from the ICO, the Information Commissioner's Office, regarding CCTV. I think your father provided that.
And it's from who to who? From him?
It's from the ICO.
ICO to us.
54. Do you recognise this letter? Do you recall the letter?
I know why you have a letter. I know why it exists. I know how it came to exist.
Well, why is that? And you explain to me why.
It is our belief Mr. Connell made a complaint to the ICO after being advised to do so by a police officer 2 days prior, which we haven't actually got recorded of that conversation. I've been in contact with the ICO an awful lot just to make sure nothing's changed that I'm not aware of, and they're completely happy that we're compliant, no action was taken, no action necessary.
It says here, where surveillance cameras face outwards into individuals' private commercial property and captures images beyond their boundaries of their property, i.e. to either public area or that of other persons' private areas, according to the considered purely personal hold a purpose.
Yes, but if you read the full actual Act and the legislation and the decisions from the High Court, if you read all of that...
If you're operating CCTV that captures footage outside your boundaries of your property, you should refer to the National Guard and take steps to ensure that the compliance with DPA...
Which we've done.
Right. So does any of your CCTV go beyond the boundaries of your property?
Only as much as it is absolutely necessary to record evidence of crime in progress.
Okay. Alright. So you accept that your CCTV goes beyond your boundaries of your property?
Only as much as is absolutely necessary to record crime, which you are absolutely allowed to do. That right negates most of the Data Protection Act, in fact.
Why was CCTV installed?
Because of the deliberate and intentional acts of harassment, property destruction, damage to property, damage to real estate by Mr. Connell, and subsequently malfeasance by various police officers, including harassment and with intimidation, gaslighting and other such offences.
The extent of the audio capacity, can you hear into neighbouring property? Can you hear in their garden?
Technically yes, but it is not a monitored system. There is a buffer which is necessary for me being disabled in order to access relevant crime, without which there will not be a buffer and will not have any ability to record anything in any way. But it is necessary as a reasonable adjustment for the fact I'm disabled. I need it to keep a buffer because it takes me long times to find out what I need to capture and what I need to keep.
Alright, so give you a bit of time lag to...
Yeah,
okay.
but it's not monitored, it is not reviewed, it is sitting in a corner of my dad's office, covered in dust. I mean, you can see from the environment, no one goes there. It's in the corner.
So we record it and then stop recording and start again?
It might be a good idea to take a break, maybe go to the toilet or something, and then we'll start again.
Okay, so the interview is suspended at 14:49 for the purpose of replacing for a quick break and changing of discs. Thank you.
That's okay.
Yep. Thank you. Do you want to have a drink at all or anything, Michael?
No, I'm fine.
Did you go to the toilet?
No.
I'm just going to get another disc now.
Yeah, do you guys want to go stretch your legs?
Yeah, go on.
Thank you, everyone. On the home stretch. Oh, okay, sorry. I'll show you. Alright, thank you.
Michael, do you need anything? Can I get you, maybe can ask the customer to get you a biscuit or something?
No, I'm fine.
Are you fine?
I'm fine.
Good. Alright. Maybe I'll just give your dad a ring and let him know what's going on, just to let him know that. So that he doesn't worry.
Yeah, because I'm sure Tom's getting on.
Yes, we've been.
What, about 2 o'clock now?
I've been at the police station now since we've been since 10 and now 3 o'clock. So
3?
5 hours.
Time well spent.
Good job.
Well, at least it gets me out of the house.
Sorry?
At least it gets me out of the house.
Sorry, say that again.
At least it gets me out of the house.
Yeah.
Check so that it isn't completed.
That's a bit of effort, isn't it?
There we go. That's one unhappy police officer.
Sorry,
That's all right. Go and get someone else to call out for the other one.
what's up?
What's wrong?
Well, the first one I had, the solicitor didn't come, so we got started. He's been there for 2 hours.
Oh dear.
Arrived just in time.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And
I'll wait for the solicitor and then I'll wait for the good news is we're on the home stretch, so.
Did you stand up at all, Michael?
No.
Do you want to stretch your legs or anything,
Not very
Michael?
comfortable, these benches.
No.
Horrible. No, yeah, that's why they're designed like that.
Well, the human believes the violent offenders don't have anything to throw at you. I mean, if there's cushions, they can be thrown at you. I mean,
Yeah, that's easy to comfortable, isn't it?
yeah, stress tactics and
Don't
stuff.
go to sleep with my boy.
Yeah. I once fell asleep standing up in a train going through Yugoslavia. I mean, you have to sleep.
I get the best sleep on the
anyway.
train. I sleep quite well on the train. I think that's the emotion.
Rocking you back and forth.
Yeah,
Mate,
it's better than at home.
it's not just emotion, it's also the repetitive noise.
Yeah.
The ga-dung, ga-dung, ga-dung.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, it's part of what's it called? SRMI, yeah.
Michael. That's around the same mission, we just put them straight in. Should we do another water, Michael?
I'm fine.
Okay. So your solicitors speaking with your dad, so just let him know where we are and everything, okay?
Yep.
Michael,
You're welcome.
Yes.
thank you. Sorry, thank you.
This is spoken with.
I just spoke to your dad just to update him. Now, I have some food here because he was worried about you, so I'm telling you what's on offer. Okay, I've got ginger nuts, I've got Nutri-Grain, and I've got chocolate brownies.
Oh, and the Nutri-Grain.
The Nutri-Grain, yeah, I was going to go for that too.
Well, can you share that?
What? No, I've got two here.
Okay.
I just-
Yeah.
When you crack on.
Can I still quest her for 5-10 minutes, then she can come back?
I'm happy with that, well done.
I don't-
I'm happy with that.
I don't see a problem with that.
No, it's just
Oh, sorry.
it's alright.
I mean, I've still got one appropriate adult here, so I mean,
Yes, it's just for the purpose of 10-minute break.
Suck it up, but
Just a
I'd
break.
ask, just in case.
Yeah.
Mine's usually very quick.
yeah, but they're going to do the interview. And they need you to do the interview, yes?
Just for 5 minutes.
Exactly, so-
Basic commentary.
Are you happy with that?
I have no problem. I mean, to be honest, I want to help everyone.
Yeah, me too. I mean,
I'd rather, obviously,
those would take 5 minutes. Go.
Thank you. Apologies, thank you. No, it's alright. Basically, what's happened with this, that they're verifying and then burning.
So we can't start you anyway.
We can't start it anyway.
We can't
So
start
it's
it.
going to
Yeah,
take 5 minutes.
was it an audio or was it audio and video?
Audio in the end.
Even
I would have liked video. I would have liked video, but
But
I couldn't get them.
a 2-hour video, 2-hour interview takes a long time to buffer up. So that's
Well,
why-
yeah, that's going to be 450 to 470. Yeah.
I'll take your word for that.
Yeah, CD can hold 7,000 pages of text.
So this Nutri-Grain is, I think, the right thing to have.
Yeah. I mean,
Well, you diabetic or anything, or?
no. So,
It's just that everything else is a bit sweet, isn't it?
lots of catering contracts always get into trouble by serving food with high fat contents at lectures because all the people and all the employees spending lots of money for their employees to be trained fall asleep.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So that's why catering contracts are always very complicated for event management.
I mean, I could happily eat the chocolate brownies, but I'm trying not to.
Well, I won't tell if you won't, and I can't even see you do it. So
I'm trying to reduce my sugar content, but I kind of thought we could finish the lunchtime.
that's easily said than done. I mean,
I always end up eating things at police stations that I would not normally eat.
yeah, I mean that's one of the traps, isn't it? I mean,
It's one of the, well, it's kind of one of the things about the job. You never know
Yeah.
how long you're going to be anywhere and what time you're going to be there.
yeah, it must be a bit stressful not knowing what your day-to-day schedule's going to be like.
It's a bit difficult. I was planning to visit my mum this afternoon. She's on her own.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But it's not your fault.
It is my fault.
It's not your fault.
If I wasn't here, you wouldn't be here. So I still feel quite responsible.
You're not responsible because I have to do the job.
This is her job.
This is my job.
It may be her job, but her job now is that she's here because I'm here. And if I wasn't here, she wouldn't be here.
She'll be here for someone else.
Well, yeah, but not for 4 hours. I mean,
5.
5 hours.
She might be here for a murder.
No, it's
They're not
possible.
doing that. Well, yeah, I could
Well,
get some.
I mean, that is hypothesis.
Plenty of offences out there that things take a lot of time.
I can't control what other people can do, but all I'm saying is, if I wasn't here, you wouldn't be here right now with me. You might be doing something else, but that is conjecture.
Maybe.
It might be.
Well, to be honest, I wouldn't because there are. I can check on the Box Light group what cases need covering.
Excuse me.
No injected yet? Oh.
No, it's still going.
Hopefully this will work quickly this time. You still okay, Michael?
Yeah.
You don't want a comfort break or?
No, I'm fine.
Your dad will be relieved that I gave.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Fine, thank you. Christian, you have
I don't normally sign them.
Okay, I'll find. Sorry, I didn't realise.
Just get Michael to sign it.
Can you sign it, Michael?
After fashion, yeah.
We can do all that. I mean, there'll be
Yeah.
two to feel anyway. There will be
Yeah.
two to sign.
Yeah.
The DDO kindly made me a cup of tea.
Good one. Love it. Thank you.
Lovely.
Just a natural bodily function.
I think you hear it much more keenly, don't you, if you're sight impaired?
Yeah. I mean, it's sort of true. It's not universally true, but we all tend to learn to use other senses in different ways, and that can have the effect outwardly of having more sensitive hearing, but it's just you pay more attention to things.
My brother has, I don't know because I'm useless at he has an eye condition, so one of his eye works well, but he also has no sense of smell. But he works as a sound engineer.
Well, until they invent television.
So,
yes, that's not very nice.
and I have worked with him once on a production. He's a radio engineer, and my God, it was amazing. It's amazing when you work with someone, you know, that's your family member. You don't realise how good they are at their job. Thank goodness. I thought, thank goodness he was good at it. Otherwise, it would have been like, oh my goodness. But
yeah, we all learned coping strategies and techniques to make things work. Otherwise, it wouldn't. So is he a sound engineer for Broadway or
no,
movies,
he works
or?
for a radio production company. They do blogs, they do broadcasts, interviews.
Oh, right.
And what do they call outside broadcasts and things like that?
That's an important job.
Oh, should we say something like that?
No, but what for the
What?
field? Up field.
Oh yeah, I believe you.
Well, I just have to trust
Tanks
you.
are open.
I mean, you know, no one's ever tampered with a disc or a tape since they brought them in.
Well,
That's why they brought them in. But,
yeah.
you know, it's not something that worries me. To be honest, if someone actually tampered with them, I'd be really impressed. I think, wow.
Can't get them out the box at the moment.
They'll probably do a sort of TV, sort of crime things where a CD comes out completely different. That's because they just mix them up, not because anyone's tampered with it. Oh, I feel better now.
Fundamentally, we're still hunters and gatherers, and we're still tuned biologically to be snacking throughout the day. And this whole 3 meals a day business, they're really not designed for it.
Well, yeah, there was different theories about it, I think.
Yeah.
Or there's the other theory is that you eat a lot when food's available and then you fast. That's the other
Right,
type
yeah.
of hunter-gatherer thing,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah, It depends which continent you're on, isn't it? Because sometimes there's more variability seasonally, and because evolution takes a lot longer than we've been civilized for. So it takes about 100,000 years for a genetic trait to propagate, and that's nothing in terms of our civilized existence.
No place I'd rather be.
I can think of 1 or 2 places I'd rather be.
In your loft, presumably.
Well, anywhere else.
There's a nice police station somewhere on that. Kingston's not too bad. So I would say.
So which ones do you think are horrible then?
Croydon. Well, the old Croydon was.
Oh, New Croydon's even. New Croydon's in a
Middle of
horrible.
nowhere.
It's a horrible location.
No,
Oh,
I've been out in the middle of the night and I thought, where am I? Because
it's
I
grim.
was born in Croydon, but even I didn't recognise where I was.
It's a grim location there.
Mm.
Sutton is a good location.
I was based at Sutton.
Good location. Actually, it's not a bad station, Sutton.
They closed it, haven't they?
They've closed it,
They
haven't
closed it now.
they? I mean, they've closed it. I mean, until there's a kind of a big demo or something, and then they open them up again. They only open them up.
It's quite a modern station, so I was like quite.
Well, it was modern for the time.
I mean, the same way Wimbledon was modern for the time. I mean,
Yeah.
Wimbledon
Yeah.
Wimbledon has tiny interview rooms. That's been closed. Cutlery's been closed for a long time, hasn't it? It must be closed at least 15 years. It's been closed.
Yeah.
it's just pilot light there now.
And then you've got
So like Mitcham was closed as well. They had sold them at one point.
Richmond.
Richmond, yeah.
Richmond. Their interview rooms were the smallest I've ever been in. I mean, literally, they were this size. That was a big one. It was where the
Well,
desk
crazy,
is.
isn't it?
That was whole. I mean, it really was tiny.
Grim police station.
Grim Police Station.
It's one luxury compared to East London.
Are they?
There's a lot of Forest Gate and Hackney stuff, isn't there? Used to be.
Used to be, but they changed, haven't they? There was Harrow Police Station.
Oh,
That was amazing. That was pretty basic. Marylebone, Vine Street,
Vine Street, yeah, right, yeah.
West End Central. Where else was it? Bow Street.
That's got some stories to tell.
Bow Street's amazing.
Yeah, that's probably like, yeah.
Carter Street, Walworth Police Station.
And they have that little one inside Marble Arch, didn't they, for quite a while?
That I think is Vine Street. No, Marble Arch. The one inside
Marble
Marble
Arch, yeah.
Near Marble Arch. Well, that would have been.
It was
Marylebone
inside.
Police Station.
In the arch, yeah.
Was it in the arch? Really?
In the arch.
That might have been the Parks Police.
Yeah, that was intended for the Rangers.
I'll probably go back to the old police boxes at some point. Maybe like a plug-in station.
I think I've been to virtually every police station in London.
Things come around, don't they? Sort of reinvent things and. Keep those separate of that and give a really, first this one.
As long as someone says it's going to be 5 minutes.
No, I know.
Well, that's why
too soft and all.
the sergeant said to me, "Oh, can we borrow your profile?" I said, "Well, you said the interview's only be 5 minutes." I said, "There's no such thing."
It takes 5 minutes to go through the rights.
And then I said, I'm not the person to ask. Are you sure you don't want a cup of tea or something?
I'm fine.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you.
I get a kind of I get a post. I haven't got enough caffeine headache.
Well, I've got some
For one more.
medical problems with caffeine, so
Right,
I
okay.
can't drink too much of it. I mean, my tea is technically dirty water.
I know quite a few people have dirty water tea, yeah.
I'm like tea hugger. My tea. A few of everyone was hugged by tea, so it lasts forever. But being cold in the end.
Well, you put the seal on that one, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're literally coming to an end. And just after a pause,
Thank
so
you.
I'll be another 5 minutes.
No problem. Alright, thank you.
He was honest.
Well, he's at the interview to tell us that. Is that the same bloke?
Yeah.
You come out of the interview to tell us we won't be very long.
No, maybe because the interview's now ended and now they just.
Going through the right. Yeah, I think so. Positive thoughts, Tom. Positive thoughts. Right, that's all the news. Am I ready? Whether I need to type there or get you back in again. Let me just see the.
I won't put them in there because there's a
I hope I don't run out of paper.
do not insert this until receiving the on-screen prompt.
Yeah.
So tell me when to put them in.
I've probably got to type everything back in again. Bear with me, Tom. It might be like. Yeah, I had to. Sorry, bear with me. This is the worst sensitive a touch screen mark on this is amazing.
See, they cheaped out with touchscreen as well.
Yeah.
They've gone for resistive, not capacitive. That's just great.
You do the police lottery, Robin.
No, probably should. I did a national lottery. It doesn't help me.
This time, 3 years ago, I won 20 grand at the police lottery.
Blimey, I was going to play last time, That's good.
It was a nice email, that. But then COVID happened, so
Yeah.
it was a great start to the year, but not so much.
Oh. What's your what number again? Sorry, Tom.
215 163.
Michael, I just thought I'd let you know that I think I'll go and see my mum this evening.
Oh, good.
So it's all right.
Oh, good. I don't want to be responsible for somebody else's suffering, so.
No, I was meant to go and see my mum. I was going to see my mum. I hadn't told her in advance because I didn't know when I'd finish. And then I was going to see a friend this evening, but then she's now changed to Monday, and I'll see my mum this evening. In case you were worried.
I know I was, in fact, thank you for telling me. It's very kind. Thank you, Catherine.
It's always strange when you have a police interview because there's all the intense questions during the interview, and afterwards everyone just relaxes and chit chats. I did that. I did 5 days of a terrorism case in Southwark, and it was like really intense. And then afterwards we were just chatting about meals, and our favourite dishes and stuff like that. And it was just like.
That's a group of people, aren't they?
Well, it was just that the tension.
Like court with barristers, isn't it? When they have a go at cross-examining people, and then it's a good job. The barrister comes up to you afterwards after absolutely
hammering you,
and says, "Don't take it personally, officer. It's my job. Well, I didn't." Fine.
Yeah, Chinese walls.
It's like when they ask you questions, Michael, don't take it personally.
No, do your job. I have become very stroppy and upset with officers visiting my home, but that's because, well, there are reasons. As long as you don't upset me, I've got no reason to have any problem with anyone else. Part of it's just how my brain handles stress. Some of it's the medication.
Hello.
Thank you so much for.
That worked out all right actually because it's taken a while for the distance onto.
That's take a bit of
especially
toll on
if
you.
you have time.
Maybe that was a bit of a fresh air.
We couldn't have done it any quicker. We generally couldn't have done it any quicker anyway.
Requested just a signature, sorry.
Thank you.
Just it. No, it's all right, I know. I've got it down to 6 minutes. No, I was nearly right.
Well, it's up then, I suppose.
No, you can't have my pen,
though. Thank you.
That's okay. That one has already run out.
About the order, minutes, yeah, then check it.
I do hope this pad. I thought this was. I had best part of a pad of paper here, so if it runs out, I'm going to have to.
Coach, we'll get some toilet paper.
Right around the edges.
Yeah, well, have you met my colleague Cynthia? Her notes are like they're all over the place like this, and sometimes I get to say to her, I look at them, I'm not even going to read that.
Yeah, do you know shorthand?
Do
you know shorthand?
No, I don't.
No.
And also, I've got terrible handwriting.
No. It does save a lot of paper.
Yeah, I think I was just past the generation that learnt shorthand.
Yeah, it's a very useful skill.
You okay, Cresta? Yeah.
Right, so they all come out,
Yeah.
That was the best idea.
Oh,
It was the best idea.
You didn't delay us
Yeah.
still. You didn't delay us still.
No.
We couldn't have done it.
They asked me, Justin, I said, well,
Right. Let me just put this
I
button.
can't be the
before I
judge
put
as
them
to
in,
whether
they
it
should
takes
come
5
up and
minutes,
prompt.
but the officer,
Hang on.
What was the allegation?
Oh yeah, they've all come out now.
What, possession of cannabis?
Pushing mum.
By pushing mum. She's now withdrawn the allegation.
No.
No?
No. Can I do it again, sort of situation?
I'll put them in. See what I get.
Put them in?
Put them all in yet. Yeah. Not press anything yet.
This thing here says, do not insert discs until receiving the on-screen prompt.
No, it's not done yet.
Might be faster just to get a stenographer in here and be done with it.
I just had a Nutri-Bar. I bought these in case you needed something.
That's all right. Well, he kept it in.
It's very kind of Karen to think about that. So.
It was funny because the sergeant was sort of interrogating me. How long is your break going to be? I said, well, I don't know. As long as it takes me to get that cup of tea. You know. He said, well, can your appropriate adult do the other interview? And I said, well, don't ask me. You know, it's 5 minutes. Why won't they call you again? In fact, were they waiting for you?
Having waited 2 hours.
Oh no!
The solicitor arrived at 10:30.
Oh my goodness!
And of course you'd just come in, so you'd already come in.
That's why I was so insistent that you go.
So the solicitor actually waited.
Oh gosh, I didn't realise it was that bad.
And the clock runs out soon.
Interviews are always short near when the clock runs out.
It's checking disc.
And what the room next door is, it didn't have any problems at all because
No, probably me. Probably a jig. Got a hex on it.
They're very temperamental, these machines.
Yeah, these multiple write drives have got horrible mean time between failures. It's not reliable.
Tapes never used to break down, and they never. It's only when you got them into your machine, then they used to go. You know, when the tape.
well, sometimes the tape went
Well,
loose.
you could get twisted occasionally, but if you had 2 heads, it didn't matter anyway.
You could use a pencil.
Yeah, you could always.
Pencil to tighten them up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A big pen.
Because normally it's just the brushes just get too relaxed, and yeah.
I mean, I've still got loads of cassettes.
Have you? Yeah,
I've got
I used
loads
to
of
have
them.
it.
Got loads of cassettes, loads of
somewhere.
records, loads of CDs.
DWP still uses it.
Do they?
Tape box, you know, that you take them to. And
What, you mean the BTP?
DWP.
Oh, DWP uses the tapes, whereas the BTP use, they're on cloud now. Yeah. As is everyone outside of London.
There's in Islington as well.
Islington too?
Islington's got cloud.
Really?
It's the only one in the City of London.
In the metropolitan area? Or is
As they tell me, it's the only one in this area.
in London, in the Met?
Just the Islington.
It's okay, Jim.
He's going back to that one.
I used to work for DWP.
You probably
Did you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's in IAD. Information and Analysis Directorate.
Yeah, so according to that thing there, you're supposed to fill out a thing before you put the discs in.
If it did.
Well, you haven't you? You filled it all out, haven't you?
Yeah. Get them all out and we'll start again. See what it does.
That worked last time when you got them all out and then you went. I think. Sorry, they have a packet here of like 4 or 6. I suppose they take them out individually, don't they? Thinking, so if they handed me one of those, I couldn't be able to eat 4 of them.
Yeah. Oh, hang on.
The bizarre thing is it said start, didn't it? And it backed off.
In the business, that's what we call a bad presentation layer.
Before we call it.
So put them in, yeah?
Yeah, put them in. That's what it is. It could be it.
It's going to work.
Give it a chance to catch that one.
Yeah, just make the appropriate sacrifice to data integrity goals.
Thank you.
Yeah, IT
That's a
joke.
painful bit.
Yeah.
It doesn't like it, does it? Put it round again, Tom. Put it. Back straight now. No, they've changed rooms. This is walked back and forth.
Maybe. It worked last time, eventually.
Yeah.
It'll take just as long because you have to type everything into the other machine, so. Alright.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
Right, so I said it.
Okay, this is a continuation of the interview of Michael Hart. Mr. Michael Hart, obviously, this is after a short break with our previous interview. It's still being recorded. We're still at Kingston Police Station. Both present is well, obviously we're interviewing Michael Hart. Also present is
Christine Eggert, sister from Birds.
and
Question, you're going to do further adult service.
and obviously, again, you're still in the caution mark. Basically, the important part is that you can have anything that may harm the defence. You don't mention questions happening which later on in court. Anything for you to make given evidence. Okay, you understand that?
Yes.
This is right.
Just for the benefit of the tape, I'm here as well as
Oh, yeah.
class. That's for the statement.
And I'm thinking at 21361 we're going to attach to Cam Hill Safe Therapy Team. And again, if the appropriate adult, if the basically in that role you're not supposed to act as an observer, but for the purpose and purpose you have first to advise the person being interviewed as an observer whether or not the interview is being conducted properly, fairly, and third, to facilitate communication with the person being interviewed. Okay, so the time is 15:30. It's still the 19th of January 2023. Okay, so we're just basically continuation of this interview regarding your arrest on the 13th of January for stalking.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. Okay, so we're up to basically the electric fence.
Which one?
Well, the first one you installed basically, the electric fence was installed in your rear garden. Did you install that?
Right, that wasn't the first one.
It wasn't the first one,
No.
it was the front, was it?
Yeah.
Okay, when was that installed?
After Mr. Connell had started reaching under the boundary fence and changing the settings on the devices to make them emit noise. I then installed a electrified cage around the units to prevent him doing that.
Okay. Was it live?
Yeah.
It was live, was it?
Yeah.
And obviously you're aware that you put up signage.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Did anyone else help you install that?
No.
You did that yourself, did you?
Yes.
Okay.
I got my father to make sure the signs in the right place and stuff like that.
So a bit like you did with the devices he reviewed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because one thing that Mr. Connor kept doing was hitting it with a broom, and he kept knocking the signs off.
So you were trying to protect that, was you?
Yeah, I was trying to stop him fiddling with the ultrasonic devices. Now, for the record, the ultrasonic devices, the ones currently in my front garden, physically cannot make any noise.
Okay.
They physically cannot make any noise because I personally have disconnected the speaker system.
Okay.
They cannot make any noise, which is why I know for a fact any complaint about noise from the front garden is fictitious.
And why are they still there then, if they're not working?
Because they are still working. They're still doing the function. It's just they're not using the ultrasonic part of their features. The feature set includes flashing lights, which are red and white, which confuse cats and foxes.
So it's more visual rather than an audio method.
Well, it is a visual rather than an audio method. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And the initial fence was the front of the house.
Well, it was never a fence. At no point has there been any electric fence at the front of the property. There has been, for a while, a electrified cage surrounding the pest devices specifically installed to prevent Mr. Connell from his continuing acts of interference.
And from the first time you installed that, has it been live from the very first time you installed that?
On and off, yeah.
On and off.
Because again, Mr. Connell keeps poking at the sticks randomly to try and disconnect the wiring. So occasionally I've had to go out there and try and reconnect things when he's not around. And that's one of the instances when he started a harassment event by his ring doorbell.
Okay. And the rear property, an electric fence installed on the rear of the property? Well,
yes.
Was that by yourself?
Yes.
And when was that installed?
While Mr. Connell was on holiday.
Remember roughly when that was?
It's definitely before. I think it was November, October.
Okay. Well, doesn't matter. I was wondering. That's all. If you knew.
But it's in the record.
Okay. And did you install it yourself?
Yes.
No one else?
No. Again, I got my father to make sure I got the signs all the way out, for example.
So he again reviewed it and confirmed. Okay. And was that powered? Was that live?
Yes and no. So, it has not had the full 12 kilovolts put through it, but it has had tested voltage put through it, and has had the anti-tamper current going through it. So, yes and no. It is not acting as an electric fence right now, but it is acting as a deterrent, and it has anti-tamper circuitry which is active, but the fence is not electrified.
Okay.
And by fence,
what was the reason for putting that electric?
Well, first of all, it is not a fence per se. There are two electrified primary conductors attached to the interior side of the.
But it was attached. Is it attached? It's attached to your fence and on top of it.
No, it's attached to the interior side, our side, of the trellising which we installed to raise the fence height, which was our first attempt to stop Mr. Connell climbing over the fence.
Not on the side of the particular at all.
No.
Okay.
Well, obviously not, for obvious reasons, which I shouldn't need to be.
For the record.
Well, for the record, again, I have a background in electrical engineering, and I know very well the possible safety risks to those not qualified or not otherwise able to distinguish the danger. So I took great pains in installing all appropriate safety mechanisms and other safety equipment to prevent accidental exposure to that by the child. Knowing that the child, I took every precaution possible.
Okay. And then on the 14th of October, you've emailed the Merton Council over concerns for the 2-year-old son. Is that correct?
No. I did email
Some things that were said before. Just go over a couple of things. Are you on with that?
Right. Is the interview now concluded?
No.
Right.
No.
Is it still being recorded?
No,
Not at the moment.
not at the moment,
No.
so
Right.
we're best to wait.
We're just putting some new discs in. Do
Right.
you want to make it ask you whether you're happy to continue or you want to give it a little bit more time?
No, I want to finish this off. I think I'm able to do so now.
Okay.
Our first one of these interviews was a boy that had thrown a sandwich at his father. And he thought it was
Good
funny
point.
until he said the bad thing was it was his dad's sandwich.
Why's that?
I mean, you know, technically it's battery.
Oh, yeah, that one.
15 is below the age of maturity anyway, so what the hell?
No, it's not the age, it's below the age of criminal responsibility, unfortunately. That's 12. 12 is the age of criminal responsibility in the UK.
Yeah, but Schrodinger's sandwich,
I know.
that'll
I
be...
think there was a plate attached.
Okay, right. If there's, I mean, for Schrodinger's sandwich, I'll say that's maybe battery, and that's not really criminal then, is it? That level?
It is, unfortunately the most minor sort of battery, even though
That's just
Maybe
ridiculous.
it's the last straw.
I think sometimes it's the last straw, and it's just a way of a last sort of disciplinarian, you know, I think sometimes it's the last straw.
Especially in some stages. You hear all sorts of reasons.
You can.
Yeah, but it also makes a mockery of the justice system as well. It's not a very good lesson to teach people. The law should not be used to stop legitimate business, and that's how everyone uses it. That's why the court system's clogged up.
10, actually, over criminal
It
responsibility.
is 10.
10.
Yeah, I said 12, but I thought to myself, it's 10, isn't it? Because it used to be between 10 and 14, but then you had to make sure, you had to see that they understood that what they were doing was wrong.
I've seen a 10-year-old.
But it was 10. It's just that they haven't, I haven't seen any, when it first got reduced to 10, there was a lot of 10-year-olds.
They're treated differently.
But now, I never see a 10-year-old.
No, very rarely. They're treated totally differently, I believe.
But normally, they don't really arrest anyone under the age of 12, which is why. But you're right, it is
You've got
10.
to ask questions.
Yeah, but 10 years old, even at 20, your brain isn't fully developed.
Sometimes yes, you're quite right. Some of them.
I mean, I don't think it's really
some
fair.
people who are still 5 at the age of 20.
I mean, and vice versa. I mean, there's plenty of people walking around at mental ages, and they're technically. I mean, age doesn't necessarily. It's not. I don't like it.
It's not really indicative of someone's emotional or intellectual maturity or ability to
Yeah, or ability, or understanding, or
understanding is true.
the understanding is important there. I mean, the intent. I mean, the history. I mean, anyway.
Michael, don't concern yourself about those other cases.
Yeah, because I remember it being 10 because of that rape case. Well.
As I said 12, I thought, no, but it's 10. And the reason I couldn't believe it was 10 was because I haven't had a 10-year-old for such a long time. Have you dealt with a 10-year-old?
Well, no, I never have. I've been down to about 12.
I had, when it first changed, I had several.
Because we have to go to all of the juveniles.
Yeah.
Always with us.
Always, yes, you have to.
Yeah, when they first did the changeover, there was a massive flood because no one knew exactly how to deal with it, so they were being overcautious. And of course, there's the care system as well, and that didn't help.
Then you might find something about their background that they're in danger with it, and things like that.
Yeah, some of it was a bit knee-jerky. But you know,
Mind
be
you, I did
balanced
have
out.
one kid who was it hotwired a car when he was 10, and he said, "Oh, my mum taught me how to."
Well, whose car was it?
I don't know. I think it was his mum's car.
Well, in that case, it's not really taking about consent, is it? I mean,
Well, I don't think she could give him her consent.
but also it's not robbery, is it? I mean,
Well, the thing is, if she gave her consent, then she would be considered putting a child endangerment, all sorts of other offences.
Well, yes, that's against her, not him. So, I mean,
yeah, but then he'd go into care. Everything
yeah. Yeah, but they would. I mean, the care system's also a problem. I mean, nowadays they do the right thing and they try bend over backwards to keep the kids with the parents for as long as possible, and that's the right thing to do. I don't think they would. I don't want to believe they would put the child into care for that one incident. This was course of conduct, whatever. That's traumatic. I mean, but obviously there's more to it. I mean, that's just one part of the case, isn't it? But
we got what time we paused?
But we stopped. I have no idea what time we stopped.
16:40, isn't it? Roughly that, I think, isn't it? Alright, one more time.
215
Remember it one day.
163. What is the custody number?
01VK 10135 of the
101
35
35.
/23.
Yes. 0135.
Probably thought we were going to work this out.
Quite an unusual name, isn't it, Quester?
Yeah.
I've never heard anyone ever with the name of Quester.
Yeah,
It's a nice name, though. Is it originate from a certain country, or?
Oh, we think it's an Italian word, Italian name,
Yeah.
but it means this.
Yes, it does. Questa.
We think it's a surname of some friend of ours, I believe.
yeah, but it's a derivation, which is Greek.
That could mean put an
Yeah, the root is Greek.
Questa cosa. This
Questa,
thing.
yeah, questa.
Questa cosa.
Leave a note.
You speak Italian?
No.
I think the translation is something closer to openness, open question of the universe sort of thing. Not a question, asking questions. Are you being inquisitive?
Do you want to do the introductions again, and I'll...
Yeah. Sorry. Okay. This is a continuation of the interview of Michael Hart. We're interviewing your name, please.
Michael Oliver Hart.
Thank you. PC Robin Young, 2136, attached to the Cannon Hill Set Neighbourhood Team based at Woodland Police Station. The other officer present is
Tom Clark. I'm attached to the stack unit based in Stratford.
we're still in room 2 at Kingston Police Station. The other persons present are
Christian is a Christian bird.
and
Question, you're already a Freddy adult from TAS.
okay, and again, as previously stated, you are not expected to act simply as an observer. And the purposes of your presence are first, to advise the person being interviewed, second, to observe whether or not the interview is being conducted properly and fairly, and third, to facilitate communication with the person being interviewed. The date is the 19th of January, and the time now is 16:55.
Okay.
I just reminded your son, sorry, Tom. Michael, obviously it's still under caution, so again I'm just going to reiterate it. I know just to clarify things, so you don't have to say anything. The main harming offence is that mention of question, something which is based on in court, anything you do so may be given evidence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a continuation of our interview.
Yeah, so according to that thing there, you're supposed to fill out a thing before you put the discs in.
If it is.
Well, you haven't you? You filled it all out, haven't you?
Yeah. Get them all out and we'll start again. See what it does.
That worked last time when you got them all out and then you went. Sorry, they have a packet here of like 4 or 6. I suppose they take them out individually, don't they? Thinking, so if they handed me one of those, I couldn't be able to eat 4 of them.
Yeah. Oh, hang on.
The bizarre thing is it said start, didn't it? And it backed off.
In the business, that's what we call a bad presentation layer.
Before we go into it.
I'll put them in, yeah?
Yeah, put them in. Put those in. It could be it.
It's going to work.
Give it a chance to catch that one.
Yeah, just make the appropriate sacrifice to data integrity goals.
Thank you.
Yeah, my teacher.
Painful bit.
Yeah.
It doesn't like it, does it? Put it round again, Tom. Put it. Back straight now. No, they've changed room. This doesn't look right anymore.
Maybe. It worked last time, eventually.
Yeah.
It'll take just as long because you have to type everything into the other machine, so. Alright.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
Right, so I said it.
Okay, this is a continuation of the interview of Michael Hart. Mr. Michael Hart, obviously, this is after a short break with our previous interview. It's still being recorded. We're still at Kingston Police Station. Both present is well, obviously we're interviewing Michael Hart. Also present is
Christine Eggert, sister from Birds.
and
Question, you're from Deferment Adult Service.
and obviously, again, you're still under caution, Mark. Basically, the important part is that you can have to say anything that may harm the defence. You don't mention questions, something which later on in court. Anything you to make given evidence. Okay, you understand that?
Yes.
This is like,
Just for the benefit of the tape, on here as well as
Oh, yeah.
class. That's sort of statement.
and I'm thinking at 21361 we're now attached to Cam Hill Safe Therapy Team. And again, if the appropriate adult, if the basically in that role you're not supposed to act as an observer, but for the purpose and purpose you first advise the person being interviewed as an observer whether or not the interview is being conducted properly, fairly, and third, the best communication with the person being interviewed. Okay, so the time is 15:30. It's still the 19th of January 2023. Okay, so we're just a continuation of this interview regarding your arrest on the 13th of January for stalking.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. Okay, so we're up to basically the electric fence.
Which one?
Well, the first one you installed basically, the electric fence was installed in your rear garden. Did you install that?
Right, that wasn't the first one.
It wasn't the first one.
No.
It was the front, was it?
Yeah.
Okay, when was that installed?
After Mr. Connell had started reaching under the boundary fence and changing the settings of the devices to make them emit noise, I then installed a electrified cage around the units to prevent him doing that.
Okay. Was it live?
Yeah.
It was live, was it?
Yeah.
And obviously you're aware that you cut up signage.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Did anyone else help you install that?
No.
You did that yourself, did you?
Yes.
Okay.
I got my father to make sure the signs in the right place and stuff like that.
So a bit like you did with the devices he reviewed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because one thing that Mr. Connor kept doing was hitting it with a broom, and he kept knocking the signs off.
So you were trying to protect that, was you?
Yeah, I was trying to stop him fiddling with the ultrasonic devices. Now, for the record, the ultrasonic devices, the ones currently in my front garden, physically cannot make any noise.
Okay.
They physically cannot make any noise because I personally have disconnected the speaker system.
Okay.
They cannot make any noise, which is why I know for a fact any complaint about noise from the front garden is fictitious.
And why are they still there then, if they're not working?
Because they are still working. They're still doing the function. It's just they're not using the ultrasonic part of their features. The feature set includes flashing lights, which are red and white, which confuse cats and foxes.
So it's more visual rather than an audio method.
Well, it is a visual rather than an audio method. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And the initial fence was the front of the house.
Right. It was never a fence. At no point has there been any electric fence at the front of the property. There has been, for a while, a electrified cage surrounding the pest devices specifically installed to prevent Mr. Connell from his continuing acts of interference.
And from the first time you installed that, has it been live from the very first time you installed that?
On and off, yeah.
On and off.
Because again, Mr. Connell keeps poking at the sticks randomly to try and disconnect the wiring. So occasionally I've had to go out there and try and reconnect things when he's not around. And that's one of the instances when he started a harassment event by his ring doorbell.
Okay. And the rear property, an electric fence installed on the rear of the property?
Yes.
Was that by yourself?
Yes.
And when was that installed?
While Mr. Connell was on holiday.
Remember roughly when that was?
Definitely before. I think it was November, October.
Okay. Well, doesn't matter. I was wondering. That's all. If you knew.
But it's in the record.
Okay. And did you install it yourself?
Yes.
No one else.
No. Again, I got my father to make sure I got the signs all the way out, for example.
So he again reviewed it and confirmed. Okay. And was that powered? Was that live?
Yes and no. So, it has not had the full 12 kilovolts put through it, but it has had tested voltage put through it, and has had the anti-tamper current going through it. So, yes and no. It is not acting as an electric fence right now, but it is acting as a deterrent, and it has anti-tamper circuitry which is active. But the fence is not electrified.
Okay.
And by fence...
What was the reason for putting that electric...
Well, first of all, it is not a fence per se. There are two electrified primary conductors attached to the interior side of the...
But it was attached to the fence and on top of it?
No, it's attached to the interior side, our side, of the trellising which we installed to raise the fence height, which was our first attempt to stop Mr. Connell climbing over the fence.
Not on the side of 56 at all?
No.
Okay.
Obviously not, for obvious reasons, which I shouldn't need to be...
For the record.
Well, for the record, again, I have a background in electrical engineering, and I know very well the possible safety risks to those not qualified or not otherwise able to distinguish the danger. So I took great pains in installing all appropriate safety mechanisms and other safety equipment to prevent accidental exposure to that by the child. Knowing there's a child, I took every precaution possible.
Okay. And then on the 14th of October, you've emailed the Merton Council over concerns for the 2-year-old son, Mason, is that correct?
No. I did email MASH, who aren't Merton Council per se. I mean,
do you know where MASH are based?
I believe that actually in Crown. No.
House.
Well, one part of it's in Crown House, but I also believe there's another office which is somewhere attached to the Dementia Hub. But yeah.
Yeah, they're based in Crown House.
Yeah, but partly, yeah, I know. Yeah. But I did not write to Merton. I wrote to them specifically, and their address doesn't include the word Merton. So.
Okay. I'm going to refer to RPY 37. This is a statement from council worker Lata Luchawa, LATA, and then Luchawa is LUCA. Lata Luchawa.
LATA?
And then surname's LUCA. OWA. Not sure how you pronounce it. Luchawa. Employed by London Borough Merton Council. She works for the Children and Family Hub. She's this is the statement dated the 1st of December, and she's exhibited 4 emails, one on the 4th of November, one on the 1st of November, the 28th of November and the 27th. And these are from yourself to her place of work with your concerns for Mason. Are you able to confirm it was 4 emails?
The last correspondence was on the 8th.
Yeah.
Which is when I know for a fact Mr. Connell was lying when he said... When
was the first correspondence, Michael? Does that ring true, those 4 dates?
Maybe. I haven't got my phone, so I can't tell you.
Okay.
The
first one is the 27th. October, 1643.
That's likely.
From Mo Hart, M-O Hart at Outlook.
That sounds likely.
Email
yeah, that sounds likely.
That sounds right. It says, I contacted you first to inform you that the father of a child in question in our correspondence.
Okay, that's not the first email.
Oh, right, well, it's the first email I'm reading that I'm aware of. It may have been further emails that you sent them, I don't know.
No, there's one email prior to that.
Okay.
And that is a follow-up.
He's deliberately going out of his way to put his child in danger. And has reason to believe he's dangerous or potentially a live electrical conductor while holding his child. Does that ring true? Do you email that?
I didn't use the exact words. I think you're paraphrasing a bit there, but
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, explain to me why you were contacting the MASH or whatever.
So, firstly, as instructed by the police, to not engage with Mr. Connell directly, for good reason. Okay. As instructed, we were to seek out the most appropriate authority to contact regarding any issues we may have. So the reason for making that contact is because they're the most appropriate person to contact, as far as I was aware at the time, regarding safeguarding issues for minors. The contact was first made, and that's an email you haven't yet read and got yet, that I have a copy of. The first email was me literally just saying, I don't know who to write to, I don't know if you're the right party, I think you are, if you're not, please pass it to someone else, but I have these general concerns, what do I do? Contrary to what Mr. Connell has alleged, I've never phoned them, and I certainly did not phone them on the 31st of October as he claims. Anyway, the initial contact
I think Mr. Connell claimed that he's received 2 phone calls from the MASH or the children's services themselves, not from you, direct.
No, that's what I'm saying. Okay. That's what I said.
Yeah.
He claims that I have called social services. Specifically, he has.
Social services.
Yeah, Mr. Connell has made the claim on tape that I have contacted social services and I have told social services that Mr. Connell has electrocuted Nathan on the electric fence. In his words, that's what he said. That, in fact, never happened. I have never phoned anyone regarding that matter,
okay.
specifically not on the 31st.
Okay. So the 4 or 5 of you suspect incidents. Why did you contact them 5 times?
The first contact was, I didn't know who to contact, so I contacted the most appropriate people I can think of after a bit of research about a possible safeguarding risk to Nathan due to Mr. Connell's reckless endangerment of Nathan, in my opinion, by bypassing all the safety systems I carefully put in place to make sure he can never come to harm through his device, enabling the child to directly come into contact with a potentially live conductive wire. You see, Mr. Connell was, while holding his son, not only was his son in his reaching distance of the wire, his father was also touching the wire with a pen probe. Now, because of the way these things work, the pen probe, had that been live, would have exploded, and that would have itself represented a danger. Knowing just the fact that kids tend to do what their fathers do and copy them, and kids can see father apparently touch wrist because he might do it. I mean,
and were there 4 or 5 emails in relation to just the one incident, or are they?
No. So, technically, we're talking about 3 instances here, plus 2 follow-ups. One for them and one me confirming what they already said. Anyway, incident 1. We've witnessed on the CCTV Mr. Connell holding his child next to the fence, walking up and down, interfering with the electric fence, which is on my side of the boundary. So, A, committing a crime of defence of property, B, in the process, potentially putting his child at an unknown risk. I mean, there's literally a sign there which says, warning, danger, electrified field, 12 kilovolts, do not touch. It literally says, do not touch. And there's signs everywhere. There's flashing lights on it. I mean, he had no reason to believe it wasn't live yet. There he is, holding his son right next to a thing which could potentially cause severe injury or harm, which, in my opinion, is reckless endangerment and is something which somebody should be made aware. I mean, everyone has a duty of care. It doesn't matter if you're your neighbour or you're not. I mean, the story I've always told was there was a bystander walking past a bench. There were 2 nannies talking, and one says, how do you get your kids to go to sleep? The other one goes, oh, I give them a whisper of gas. The innocent third party went straight to the police because they had a duty of care to do so.
Did you consult with your father before contacting the council?
Yes.
Okay, good. What reaction did you expect from your neighbour following that referral?
I didn't expect him to force entry into my home.
No.
I didn't expect him to
be upset.
I didn't care what. I'd no fault for what he may be feeling or he may be thinking. My only concern at the time was potential risk to a minor who had no ability to either perceive the danger or do anything to remove himself from the danger. And worse, he's being taught lessons which could ultimately prove dangerous in later life. I mean, he's already teaching that kid to hate me based on my disability. That's bad enough.
Alright, thank you.
But I did not care about what Jack Connell might do or might not do. I didn't consider it at the time. I considered it after the first attack when I realised he was taking this as a personal attack on him somehow. But I had no care for what he might do or might not do. I was concerned with the fact that an innocent child was potentially placed at unnecessary and preventable risk.
Okay.
And I was doing what I was able to do with my limited capacity, with following instructions in order to make other people aware there might be a problem.
Okay. And have you contacted gas engineers?
Yes, on 3 separate occasions, following 3 separate occasions, following 3 separate incidents of unexplained high levels of carbon monoxide entering the occupied spaces of my property from Mr. Connell's badly installed boiler.
So was it a flue, or was it a flue they call it? A flue?
Well, the terminal, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And so 3 separate incidents, but it's all for the same reason, right?
Very similar reasons in each case. Each contact with GasSafe or NGO was triggered by a dangerous increase in carbon monoxide in my bedroom.
Okay.
One incident, I blacked out for 4 hours, and I had to have an emergency trip to out of hours A&E because of it. I've no idea what happened in those 4 hours, but memory lapse is a very well known indicator of moderate poisoning.
What was the feedback from the gas engineers when you were referring? Did you get any feedback?
Nothing helpful, but you have to remember it's not their job to do what I was asking them to do. Their remit is incompatible with what I needed them to do. So they came to the property, they examined our boiler, they talked to us about our property, they weren't able to talk to Jack about his property, they weren't able to enter the property, they weren't able to analyse any gases coming from his device, none of that.
Did you consider the sort of serious harm, harassment, distress you caused the referrals will make to your neighbours?
Of course not. I mean, I've no concept that anyone could even consider that to be a form of harassment, let alone deliberate. I mean, there was a medical urgent need to have an investigation at each of those instances because carbon monoxide detectors were going off in occupied spaces in my property which were only consistent with the firing of his boiler.
And on the 22nd of October you made the allegation regarding the tyre being slashed by panel?
The 28th of October.
22nd of October.
Sorry,
yes.
it wasn't mentioned in the disclosure of those things.
Sorry, yeah.
Yes.
Allegation
Sorry,
of tyre flashing.
and why do you think your neighbour was responsible for this incident?
Right. I believe that incident happened on the evening or late evening of the 21st. The 21st was the first assault by Jack Connell when he used violence discriminatory into my home, threatened me with immediate unlawful violence, said some very disgusting things, said some very disgusting things, lied an awful lot. I mean, anyway, so prior to
the report to the police was that he was in the side wall of the tyre?
yeah, well, no. Finish this part of the story. So, what actually happened before that event? My father had just returned from the shops, and I was on the phone to one of our neighbours, and this neighbour happened to remark, "Oh, your dad's not parking in his place because Jack's van's across your driveway." So I remarked to my father at the time, "Oh, is your car okay? Where's your car?" And he says, "Oh, don't worry, never mind." Now, it is my contention that Jack, knowing we had CCTV coming the drive, did that deliberately, knowing that we would be forced to park the car outside of the coverage of our CCTV, so that he could then do that damage as a message to us because, well, he can. Now, the damage, as Elizabeth said, the damage was not consistent in any way with a natural event.
Right, I know you can't see this. This is the photograph of the incident. The nail's inside the actual tyre tread of the wheel. It's not on the side wheel.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
Exactly.
in the front tread, which has happened many occasions to myself.
Right. So
it happens quite regularly to car drivers that they drive over nails.
yes, but right.
Okay, so there was no car slash.
No, I never said and I never claimed that the tyre was in any way slashed. I claimed that Mr. Connell purposefully drove a new screw into the tread, in between two treads of the tyre, and purposefully backed it off to ensure the tyre would deflate overnight. That is the claim I've made. The claim I've made...
You don't accept that you immediately look to your neighbour for blaming him on these sort of incidents?
Well, he has the only motive. He has the opportunity. He has previously done other acts of sabotage and damage. So I'd every reason to believe he did that, especially because he parked across my father's drive, which he's never done before or since, which I believe was a deliberate act, knowing he was going to commit that act of vandalism. In addition to that, so we have a plan in place. So he planned, i.e. there is a motive, a plan, and there's intent to commit damage. No one else would have that intent. And more importantly, the damage in question is not consistent with a natural event. The screw is brand new. It is not dirty, it is not in any way bent, buckled, has no signs of use or anything else. It's driven perfectly in between two treads into the weakest part of a tyre. I mean, that doesn't happen by coincidence. I mean, how that could happen, all those things could happen, and it still look brand new, and it still have filings in the head of the screw, is not consistent with a natural event.
Okay. Alright, we're going to move on now then. Okay. Do you have a YouTube account?
Yes.
How long have you had the YouTube account?
Well, 20 years, probably.
Okay. Is your account name at Mick7909 or Mick K?
Yes, Mick_K7909, yeah.
Yeah. Does everyone else have access to that account other than yourself?
But, well, now technically my father does, because I've had to try and reorganise things because I've got access to my technology, but
what when was that from?
About the 15th.
Of this month?
Yeah.
So very recently.
Oh yeah, specifically because my access technology was confiscated, so I was unable to do anything for myself.
Sure.
So I've had to connect my Google account, which includes access to that subservice, to a different computer.
Does anyone else use this account to post videos or anything?
No.
Just yourself?
Yeah.
So all the posts from that account are from you?
Yes.
Okay, alright. I'm going to refer to RPY 41.
I just want to go back one second here.
1 second, hang on. Okay, so this is some still images from the account Mixi.
I haven't seen those.
Obviously,
my phone can't. So can I just read them out?
Yeah.
No, that doesn't come in disclosure. This isn't in disclosure.
Disclosure would have lasted 6 or 7 hours.
No.
There's 250 videos.
Will
That's not true.
I'll read them out if you want. That's not mine.
Yeah, to electrocute a blind man. So I hope there's a special place in health.
Excuse me, sorry. Can we get the
Sorry,
officer to read them
That's
out?
right.
I just wanted to read them out for his purposes.
Yeah,
well,
this
that's what
one I
we're
showed
gonna
you. The behaviour right here is no one bothers calling the police anymore. When people like him step out of line, his type eventually just gets stabbed and bottled, if they're lucky. If this isn't stopped soon, at some point someone will have enough and just fix the problem. Did you post that?
Yes.
You did.
So which one is that? Sorry, because I didn't write it all down. Have you marked them all differently? Sorry.
This is RPY 41, so this is screenshots from and this one is an image of Mason Connell and Jack Connell, and underneath it says bad parent. Do you remember that one?
Yes.
Did you post that?
Yes.
Okay.
Specifically.
And this one is Will, and it's BA with 4 stars D, tried to electrocute a blind man, L. So I hope there's a special place in hell for you both. 30th of the 12th, 22. After the mad guy tries killing me the other day, his Karen of a wife tries to gaslight us. Nick K. Is that a post by yourself?
Yeah, that sounds familiar. Yeah.
This is an example. What basically? Why are you posting videos to this YouTube account, Michael? What's the reasoning behind it?
I want to go back to a point previously made.
Wait, I mean, it's his interview apparently.
Wait.
He can also go back.
We asked him a question and we just wanted to answer that question, then he can go back.
Yeah, I'll answer that one and then we'll go back. Okay.
Right.
What's the reason
Just
for
so
you
you're
posting?
clear about this one, part of my medical problem is I've got concentration issues. By the time you end that question, I would have forgotten what I was supposed to say. In fact, I've already forgotten.
Okay.
So, great.
Okay. So why do you post these videos to that YouTube account?
Originally, I started posting there because I run out of storage space.
Okay.
Subsequently, I had to start posting there because other interested third parties needed access to this video information, and there was no other reasonable way in which to get it to them.
Who do you mean? Who?
For example, The Professional Standards Directorate of the Met, MASH.
Did you not start into Axon or upload into the Met via the Axon link?
I can't upload things to the Axon system if no one gives me access to the Axon system to do so.
Has anyone given you access to the Axon system previously?
Once or twice. On some occasions.
Once or twice.
On some occasions, there have been enough links. On most occasions, there haven't. I have not had an Axon link for every single event, and I've not had the opportunity to upload every single file relevant to the event in question.
So an Axon link never been sent to you when you requested it?
Not every single time. On some occasions, yes, but on many occasions, no. On many occasions, officer says, "Oh well, I'll send you that when I get back," and nothing arrives.
So what's the purpose of you uploading it out? So it's storage space for you?
No, originally it was a backup storage mechanism.
Yeah.
And when I then, at that point, got enough storage locally, I then put it all on there, took it all offline. I only subsequently started putting stuff back online when people wanted copies of this stuff and there's no other reasonable way to get it to them, such as noise control, mesh, the professional standards people, who've literally asked me to make videos publicly available so they can access them.
Okay, so I'm just going to play, basically this is from Met Intel Open Source, and I've downloaded the 250 videos that you've posted to YouTube. Okay?
Met Open Line Source, you see?
Met Intel Open Source, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a comic video.
Do you recognise, just from hearing it, can you recognise what it is?
Yeah, I know that one, yeah.
What is that video about?
No, it's just really crazy parking thing that happened. Because normally people do like a 4-point park and you went in circles a couple of times. It's really funny.
Is it called titled just Jack Show? Basically.
Oh yeah, I think there was. Yeah, I think it'd be start of the video. Yeah, for like 4 or 5 seconds. Yeah.
What's the exhibit reference for that?
It's RPY. What was it? Call it. 41.
So it's same as the other one.
Yeah, okay. Screen. Yeah, that's yeah. I'm in the basically meshed to YouTube.
Now again, originally that was a private video, so I should just point out at this juncture that all of these videos, apart from maybe one, I think, this is that one actually, because I was bored at the time, not better to do, couldn't do anything else. All of these were created not as videos, but as my own contemporaneous notes. I used to write contemporaneous notes, but I lost the ability to do that due to the medication, and I found it far easier to just create videos of all the stuff that happens. So you shouldn't view these in terms of content for public consumption. That was never the original intent.
Okay. And I'm referring you to RPY42, where we've got screenshots of numerous videos on YouTube where it says Jack Connell videotaped me secretly. You named your neighbour.
Because he at that time was committing a horrible offence.
Yeah.
You are absolutely allowed to comment on people doing things if it is sexual, and it is, and he did.
And you've uploaded a video with officers attending encounter with line officers after Jack Connell trespasses.
Which he did. But that's not in dispute. Everyone has accepted that he did trespass and he did commit acts of criminal damage, i.e. a report of a crime, which you're allowed to do, regardless of anything else.
Okay. So you admit to naming your neighbour on those videos?
I admit to recording and publishing crimes in progress, originally for my own benefit, and then for other interested parties. Remember, these were not meant for public consumption. Okay, originally these were for private sharing purposes until I had to make much of it public in order for other people to access them. So there is no intent there to name and shame him or whatever else you're trying to imply.
Why have you titled it everyone? It says Jack Connell.
Because this was necessary for A, my note keeping, and B, for someone without any context to know what was going on. Again, these videos were not intended for public consumption originally. They became publicly available because I had to do that in order to allow some interested parties who actually asked me to do it. So there's no intent to humiliate, there's no intent to cause alarm or feel distress. There are legitimate reasons for why those things occurred.
Okay.
Legitimate lawful reasons as well. And by the way, I mean, I know for a fact there's about 8,000 Michael Oliver Harts around. I mean, just because someone's name is on the video doesn't mean it has to be them. I mean, it's not really, you know, ironclad evidence, even if it was intentional, which it wasn't.
Yeah.
I don't understand the point you're trying to make there. So.
I'm basically just saying that you're saying that of the 250.
And stop saying 250 videos.
There are
It is,
no.
but
this morning, there's 250 videos.
there are not. Now, listen.
There's 20 which on
There are 250 videos in total.
Yeah.
Of those 250 videos, I think 12 are duplicates, 36 are about hedgehogs,
Yeah.
56 are about police incompetence.
Mm-hmm.
Of the remaining, it's probably 160-ish concerning Jack's criminal activities. So it's not banding around this number 250. It's not accurate.
Do you have a Twitter account?
Yes.
What's your Twitter handle?
Can't remember. I think it's MOHAR10.
Okay. Does anyone else have access to this Twitter?
As far as I know, no. But, you know, I haven't got biometrics on there, so these things do get hacked occasionally, but I've no reason to believe that's happened.
Okay. And how long have you owned Twitter?
20, 30 years, I don't know, a long time. I think I joined in 2011.
Okay. Okay.
That sounds familiar.
I'm trying to refer to RPY 31. Bear with me. These are screenshots of the Twitter handle.
If you say so.
There's Mike. There's an icon of a chicken.
Oh yeah, that's me. Yeah,
This
yeah.
is HAR10.
Yeah. That's me. Yeah.
Okay. And again, there's links to these various YouTube videos on this Twitter handle. Do you post videos to YouTube with linking them to?
Yes.
You do, yeah.
Yes. To interested third parties, so they can look at these things. For example, change the look and other such things.
Yeah. Okay. There's images there of various incidents with your neighbour. Is that correct?
No.
One of them says here, this is
That's not how.
30th of August 2021. It says, Jack, you remind me of someone who ruled from 1933 to 1945.
Right.
Who's that in reference to?
That is a post he wrote on Nextdoor about me. That is not me naming anyone. That is him outing himself.
On your Twitter?
Because he was calling me Hitler. Well, wouldn't you be angry if someone called you Hitler?
So because you're angry, you posted it on Twitter, is it?
I'm saying that you cannot attribute all of my behaviours over the last 2 years to be completely rational and sensible. I'm on heavy drugs still because of this. Mm-hmm. At the time, I was to the suicide risk when that was posted.
I'm just merely saying, this Twitter handle, you're the sole person that puts these posts on there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
And just because there's a screenshot, that's nothing to do with me, that's just how Twitter works. When you post a video on YouTube, a YouTube video on Twitter, it routinely puts a random screenshot there. Yeah. And I think there's one occasion when I posted a part of a post from Nextdoor, and I don't believe I even put space in it or anything else.
Yeah.
I think it was just a text.
This is dated the 4th of November. This is why you shouldn't tell police anything, and it's a video linked to YouTube of him at your porch. Yeah, what evidence does that have to anything? I'm just saying you don't post pictures of your neighbour on there, what do you do?
He has decided of his own volition to enter a space where he knows he'll be recorded. There are signs that say video surveillance has been operated in this environment and your information may be shared. He voluntarily put himself in that position. And if you actually watch the video, it isn't just the image of him. That is a video of 9 officers saying, we're not going to tell him, this is just for information, is that Elizabeth's live? And then a shot of him saying, well, why are you telling the police it's live and telling the police it's not live? So it's not just a photograph of him, that's taken out of context. That is to demonstrate the police lie and cheat and you can't trust them. That is why the label is there. This is why you can't trust the police. Because they lied. They said they wouldn't tell him, and the first thing they did was tell him. And that's not the first example. I in fact believe the reason why I'm here today is because after he was questioned last week, I believe an officer then said, by the way, you do realise you can make me say a complaint about Michael. I would not put that past him because that has happened before.
What did you say, by the way? What? Sorry, I didn't get that.
I believe the reason why I'm here giving this interview is because of a malicious accusation made by Jack because he was instructed to do so or given hints to do so by officers, because that has happened before.
What officers specifically?
It doesn't matter.
It does.
I can't be a witness to something I wasn't attested to, but it fits the pattern of behaviour which has been demonstrated previously. Isn't it funny how all of your evidence, quote unquote, dates back to stuff over a year, and only now, 4 days after Jack was arrested, suddenly you burst into my property and give me a seizure 3 days later? I mean, this has happened before. There was an incident when he climbed over the fence, and I've got a video of an officer telling him that he can get redone for theft of his ball if he doesn't get it back. So we know for a fact that officers have given him, quote unquote, pointers and advice. And I believe I'm here today because something like that may have happened. I don't know, I can't prove it, but it fits the pattern for behaviour.
Okay, so we're going to go into next door now. Did you give a review of next door or make comments on next door regarding Mr. Connell?
How do you mean?
Well, let's start from this. Have you ever had an account on next door?
Yes.
You have?
Yes.
And was it in your name?
Yes.
Okay. Were you ever a lead administrator?
Yes.
Okay.
And I've received numerous threatening messages on that platform from Jack Connell.
Okay. So when was it revoked, the lead status? In 2021.
I think it's about September 21. Yeah.
September, I believe.
About that, yeah.
And as I understand it, your access to Nextdoor was revoked by Nextdoor themselves.
Yes, but it was.
What was the reason they gave for that?
The reason they gave for that was for my protection due to my mental instability, which was information which was unauthorised to be passed to Mr. Connell, which was passed to him by police officers, which we then subsequently used to make a fake report to Nextdoor admins so that they would take bad action, as itself an act of harassment by proxy, i.e. actual harassment, i.e. actual harm, with actual intent.
Okay. Do you know when you were revoked from the access to Nextdoor? And they removed you from the platform?
I think that's the same day.
Same day, was it?
It was the same event.
Is there any other person providing you posts on Nextdoor recently?
The only, as much as one of the other moderators has received herself a defamatory and highly offensive message from Mr. Connell, which she then shared with me for my own safety.
Did you see another participant in Nextdoor?
Yes, one of the other.
Was that another administrator?
Yes, one of the other committee leads.
Okay.
Who has also told me she was instructed not to talk to me by the police, which is also interesting.
Okay. And so I think, did you place comments on Jack Connell's business on Google? Is that right? Make a review of the business.
Yes. Look, you're now painting this like it happened yesterday. That event
2021.
That event happened before I knew who Jack Connell was.
Right.
Okay? As I said originally, there was a time for about 5, 6 weeks, 7 weeks I think it was, where all we knew was this guy, the builder's uniform, the builder's van, and the builder's livery outside was doing some very dangerous activities, including working on the weekends. So yes, I did put a review on his Google Places page, not his website.
Okay, and you made any references to Jack Connell next door at any stage?
That's not really a fair question. The way Nextdoor works, by definition, everyone knows who everyone is. That's why it's a good platform.
Yeah.
So whether or not I use his name, by simply replying to a post that he does, it will look like I'm mentioning him when that is not the case.
Okay, alright. So you inferred it's him, is that a fair enough assessment?
Well, I tried not to as much as humanly possible, except when it was absolutely unavoidable. And by the way, this all happened before any of the restrictions were in place.
Okay. When did you become aware of your neighbours contacting estate agents in the possibility of moving away?
When I got automated alert, which I had to set up after the identity theft event, which Jack Connell committed.
Okay.
After that event, I had to do two corrective things. It cost me money, one of which was to take out identity theft insurance, the other of which is I signed up to every estate agent that contacted us with alerts for any sales in Cherwood Lane, because that's just the only way to catch everything.
Have you ever contacted the KSG estate agents that you were using?
Yes.
You did?
Yes, once, yes.
Okay. Was that
Because
in November?
mid-November probably, yeah.
If I read this out, this is a screenshot of RPY40 exhibit. To whom may it concern, I'm the occupier 54 Cherwood Lane. It is my obligation to inform you that there is an ongoing police investigation dispute between us. I provide you a list of over 25 crime reports over the last 20 months, which include disability-related harassment, stalking, property damage, assault, affray, news complaints of murder and environmental health concerning uncontrolled building work, fitting of an unsafe boiler which causes a blackout from carbon monoxide poisoning from the Blue terminal.
That sounds accurate.
That sounds accurate, is it? So why did you contact them?
For the reasons stated in the thing you just read out.
Okay.
Under P16A of the what we used to call HIP,
Yeah.
don't call that anymore, you're meant to make certain legal disclosures, which
Okay.
we know for a pretty certain fact, based on previous experience, he would not make, which, had it been found out after the fact, would have adversely affected the sale. And we are desperate for him to sell. We want him to sell. I want to make sure nothing can stop him selling. And part of that is making sure all the disclosures are made, even if he doesn't think they need to be as necessary, which they are and do.
Okay, so this is RPY47 exhibit. This is from your Twitter page. In relation, it makes reference to Mike. This is posted by your Twitter handle, Mr. HR10. Mike had a few words with the estate agent, got them to remove these photographs. It's a beautiful area. Basically, there's all sorts of comments about moving on here. Got a photograph of 56 Sherwood Lane, and then there's
Which he first published.
An image of the back garden.
Which he first published. Which he first published. So
Right.
it's public domain.
So there's all writing. Who's put all these texts on there?
Some of it's mine, I think. Yeah.
Yours,
Yeah.
In yellow and red.
Probably, yeah.
It's got things like manhole cover under paving stones, all bricks removed, blue terminal wrong side, electric fence wire. Is that
Yes.
you?
Yes, because the estate agents did not respond to my emails. So I did a direct message to them, showing them, look, you need to make sure that's all sorted out.
And this is posted on Twitter, yeah?
Yeah, it's a direct message.
Sure.
It's a direct message to the estate agents.
It's on your Twitter page as it stands at the moment.
It's a direct message to the estate agents. So yes, it's on Twitter, but it's a direct message.
Anyone going into your, looking at your Twitter can see that.
It's a direct message, no, they can't.
Well, we've looked on your Twitter and we can see it.
I sent them a private message. You should not be able to see it. If you can see it, you've done
you're
something.
Incorrect, but no, I've not done anything. I'm not into social media, I'm afraid. But
that should not be visible to anyone. That was a private message.
It's on your Twitter Twitter screenshots. We've just taken it off the screenshot. Okay.
I'm going to tell you one more time. My intention was a private message. If somehow it is not a private message, I can't change that.
Okay.
But the intent was, again, to contact the estate agents to make sure they were aware of the issues they needed to address when they came to the mortgage arrangements.
Can I intervene at this point, just maybe because obviously I've had I spoke to Michael beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just clarify, the reason you contacted the estate agents was because of this duty of disclosure, and is it because you didn't want the sale to fall through?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. I don't know if you made that clear.
So I sent another email to Rightmove directly. You probably have that one as well. That one literally says, please take away photograph 1 and 13 because they're very unflattering and they've got my property involved. And by the way, this is a wonderful area. Why don't you include photographs of the chainwood and other natural resources? And they even offered to allow them into our property to take better photographs. Now, if I was trying to prevent the sale, why would I do that?
Okay. Alright, now we're going to move on. Of course, you referred to that you were arrested on Friday the 13th.
It is my contention I was not arrested because I was unconscious for the entire event apart from you saying I'm arresting you.
So you've
That's the last thing I heard.
You've emailed us with reference to that saying that you understand that you were arrested.
What?
This is.
What? No, stop. Stop. No.
You were arrested.
You made a statement. I have not sent you an email. I've never sent you an email. You said I sent you an email, and I did not.
Alright, your father apologise.
Yeah, and he may acknowledge I was arrested. I don't care. I did not acknowledge the fact I was arrested because what happened does not comply with pace.
Are you aware that you have been arrested now? That you were arrested on the 13th?
I did not acknowledge that arrest on the basis that it did not comply with pace. At no point was I given any information as to why the arrest was necessary. And more importantly,
you was, and that's on body worn. Okay, and it was very calmly with each other. It's still in the CCTV in the hall.
Yeah, the CCTV which you had confiscated.
Yeah.
It's
basically covered in CCTV, both your CCTV and
yes. Saying it's covered by my CCTV as if it's a fact is null and void because you have confiscated that device. Also,
evidence, that's correct.
Also, so telling me it's on there, how does that help anyone? Why are you saying that?
Right,
that's antagonistic.
The whole reason is basically, anyway, following your arrest, items received under section 32, sir.
Yes, you arrested an unconscious blind man.
No, you weren't arrested, you weren't unconscious.
I was
talking to you, you were standing up.
I was standing up for approximately 10 seconds while you said, Michael, I'm arresting you. At that point, I collapsed. I've been told this by my father.
Listen, Michael, we're here to talk about the items that were seized, okay?
You started talking about the arrest, so we're talking about the arrest.
On the 13th of January, you received some items. This is exhibit JMG1. And so one sound emitting device, white and blue, with blue tape, and a black box that were found in the loft area, directly adjacent to the adjoining wall 56.
What's the
JMG1.
JMG1.
Officer James. Basically, it's a white box with. Looks like it's been adapted with speakers inside. Do you recognise that as being an item in your loft?
Yes, that was on. It was not anywhere near the adjacent wall. It was actually next to the chimney breast, and the chimney breast is.
And the body worn at the other one.
Yeah, because you guys looked on the floor.
Okay, alright. Well,
I knew where I put it. I knew where I put it. If it was somewhere else, I can't.
Was it in your loft?
It was in my loft on the table.
What's its purpose?
As I've explained, I have experimented with various strategies and mechanisms to either mask or hide my tinnitus. After reading some research papers, I started experimenting with tuning various devices to the correct frequency of my tinnitus.
And did you purchase this device?
Yes.
Okay. Did you install the device?
Install? It's portable.
Did you place that in the loft itself?
It moves around a lot. Yes, it's in the loft for a lot of the time. Yes, because that's where I do most of my work.
Who put it in the loft? You or your dad?
Michael, these might seem. Michael, can I just explain before Michael gets up to? These are sort of standard questions that the police ask as to did you put it in there? Maybe somebody else put it in there. That's all they're trying to establish.
Yeah, I've already answered that question.
So it was yourself, was it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, thank you. Who operates or maintains the device?
I built it.
You built it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, heavily modified.
You heavily modified it, okay.
I built it. I built it to the specifications which would help my tinnitus. It's in the location where my tinnitus gives me the most bother, which happens to be in the loft.
Does it emit an audio sonic sound?
Well,
Ultrasonic
no,
sound?
no, it doesn't emit ultrasonic sound. It emits a tone at 27.442 kilohertz,
Right,
which is the exact inverse of my tinnitus.
Okay. Would it be fair to say it's a high-pitched noise?
Yeah, in human terms, yeah.
Okay, alright, thank you. And was it your intention to cause your neighbours fear of harassment, alarm, or distress via this noise-emitting device?
No. Why?
Alright,
Why? Why did anyone do that? It's clearly nonsense education.
So this is exhibit JMG2. Basically, it's a one sound emitting device, green in colour, found in the rear garden of 54 Sherwood Lane. What is this device? A small, it's a smaller device, flat, almost like a walkie-talkie. Sort of mobile
Doesn't
phone,
help
mobile
me.
phone size.
Prefer?
So it basically makes
Oh,
the device like a bee sound.
Oh, right, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to trick you out. I'm just saying it's a smaller device than the other one. It's quite small.
Yeah, green. It's got kind of chevrons on it.
Yeah.
It's got a round.
Yeah. I know what it is. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Okay.
Things that might have a light on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, thanks, Michael. Sorry. So, what is this device?
So, I have got beehives. Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
in the back garden.
yes.
Yeah.
I've got beehives. Hence the sign which you guys took down saying "Beware, bees will defend themselves." There are 4 generally accepted ways to attract bees. One of which is pollinators. Another of which is various sounds which indicate other bees around, which makes them more likely to want to nest. That device, every now and then, when a tree blows or something goes down there, just makes a bee noise. So it's not in any way amplified or any way designed to cause annoyance. It is there to try and attract more bees.
Michael, how long have you had beehives?
About a year, I think. About a year or so. Now the thing is...
And did you place that device in the garden?
Right. The thing is, I had a green one, but I lost it.
Yeah.
And I couldn't find it. So I dropped it and I couldn't find it. So I got another one, and that one's white. I had to bother painting it because I thought that's why I lost it. I shouldn't have painted it. But originally I painted it because it was going to be next to the beehives, but I lost it. It probably fell down somewhere.
Okay, alright. And basically, were you wanting to install that
Yes.
device in the garden, okay?
Yes, to attract bees.
Alright. Okay. It's not ultrasonic, it's more like a bee.
Yeah, literally, it is a recording of bees.
Okay, yeah. Understood. Well,
It's a 1 minute loop,
this
actually.
is RPY9. This is a sound emitting device and camera down the rear garden attached to a pole, 54 Sherwood Lane. This is a bigger device, not like with a solar panel attached. I'd say it's what's it comparable to? A bit like a Filofax sort of size back in the day. I don't know how what sort of size you call that as.
It's
Not
about
green case.
about 5 centimeters thick, about 10
Right,
12 centimeters long, and it's got a kind of, you would know the colour, so the green casing.
Right, has it got a solar panel on the top?
It has a solar panel on it, yeah.
Has it got a little visor in front of the solar panel, and below that some lights? Yeah, it probably has.
What are those two?
I think it's camera and
I don't know if it's, there's
Oh, can you just give it to me?
yeah, maybe you can feel it,
Oh, I know what it is. Right.
Okay, so what is the device?
Yeah.
You need to be there, by the way.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, so originally that was a trail camera until Jack bashed it with a stick
Right.
and just ceased to work as a trail camera. At the same time, he'd also bashed one of my pest deterrents that's no longer waterproof. So I just dismantled the casing of the pest deterrent and then used the waterproof casing of that to then do the same job.
Okay. Was it originally battery operated?
Originally it was battery operated, but now it's solar powered. It does have a...
Who undertook that moderation?
What?
Who undertook that moderation or alteration to the design?
I did.
You did. Is it by soldering it, was it, or was someone that basically it's a battery powered device? If someone attached undone it all and attached a solar panel to it?
Yeah.
Was that you?
Yeah.
Right.
Because I don't like changing batteries. The light down there isn't quite sufficient to that level for the built-in solar panel, so there's an exterior solar panel to give it the right voltage.
Okay. Yeah.
So do you use the waterproof cover from that to cover what?
Well, Jack Connell damaged many of my pest deterrent devices.
Yeah.
Some of them were functional but were no longer waterproof.
Okay.
So one of the ones which was functional and no longer waterproof needed a waterproof housing,
Okay.
and that device no longer worked as a
Right, yeah,
scale camera. And it happened to have good mounting points, so I could put it to a tree.
Right, this is exhibit RPY10. Another, to me, it's identical to the one with the B sound. It's a smaller device, again, similar to what we discussed.
But if it's a similar size, it's
Similar size, but
Yeah.
it's a darker colour. It's exactly the same.
yeah, same thing. Yeah, so
yeah. It's just black rather than green, but it's exactly the same.
yeah, so
So
yeah,
is
yeah.
Is it for the same reason?
Yeah,
For the B
yeah, but that green one I lost, and because I couldn't find it, I bought a new one and put it somewhere more sensible where I could find it.
And you bought that one as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, same thing.
All right. Okay, then we want to exhibit RPY 5. It's a photograph of Jack Connell with some pebbles or runes with markings on, found in your bedroom, beside your bed. Can you make reference
Yes.
to this at all?
Yeah.
One thing on it. Yeah.
And then there's
Pebble.
Some
No.
pebbles.
some pebbles.
They're very-
Some pebbles in the bag.
Right.
Looking at the, I'll find it there with me.
They're not pedals.
Okay, I think
No.
they're described as runes. But
Yes.
I've done a quick search on Google, and there's some runes like an alphabet, if you like.
Well, it's not alphabetical, but
Okay, well they seem to match. One is symbolises wealth, abundance, success, security. Okay, so I'm highlighting the word security. One is reaction, defence, catharsis, regeneration. One travels. One story symbolises travel, spontaneity, evolution. That's the markings of these. I believe these match the markings.
yeah,
of
there
those.
are
What is this?
there are alternative interpretations, but those are the generally accepted ones.
Okay.
So I'm not going to argue too much about that.
Photograph of your name first of all by your bedside.
I am technically C of E. I don't practice that. I practice spiritualism. Part of this belief system involves what you might call mysticism. And part of this belief system is that the runes are able to impart upon a subject various attributes. The attributes of this case, I want him to have lots of security and to sell his property and be prosperous and leave. Again, I'm trying to get him to leave.
Okay, so it's like trying to encourage and how you view it, seem to move away from the dream.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you can argue all you want about this and all of that, but it made me feel better.
And where's the image taken from?
It was publicly available on the Gas Safe website, I think. Yeah.
Did you ask Jack for permission for using his image? Or?
It was publicly available on the Gas Safe website. It's publicly available, so no.
And it was just his own personal purposes.
That's right, yeah, okay. Then we're on to our exhibit RPY 8, with your white t-shirt with an image of your neighbour Jack Connell on it, saying you've been framed.
Yeah, to be
Who owns this t-shirt?
To be more accurate, but it is a t-shirt,
Yeah.
printed upon it
Yeah.
a photograph of Jack Connell in my garden, uninvited, in the midst of committing an offence of trespass against property, with also the words "you can framed" on it, which I got printed for the specific purpose of taking a photograph of myself wearing that t-shirt in front of a camera in the garden to try and prove to next door that Jack Connell had lied to them, saying that I had published a photograph of him in his garden, which is what he claimed.
Okay. He claimed... Have you ever used a photograph of you wearing a t-shirt for your WhatsApp handle?
Yes, it's private. Yes, private social media. Yeah. It's not social media, that's a private thing.
Okay. And what was the purpose? Sorry, I'll rephrase that. What impact do you think that would have on your neighbour if you saw you wearing that t-shirt?
I've never worn it, especially not in public. I've worn it twice. That's why you found it at the bottom of a pile of clothes 4 levels deep, covered in dust. It's obviously not been worn for a very long time. I wore it twice. Once to take a photograph in front of my own CCTV, so I could take a screenshot from the CCTV feed to send to next door.
Okay.
I think I also took a different photograph, which I used on my WhatsApp profile thing. Yeah.
Okay. Alright, thank you.
Which is private, so it's private, not social media, not available to him unless someone made it available to him. So he should not have had access to that.
Right.
So if he should not have had access to that, I don't see how you can be humiliated or distressed about something that you have no right to know to do.
Mr. Duggan, Mrs. Connell's father have access to that?
Most likely.
Bear in mind you both used WhatsApp to contact each other in the past.
I use WhatsApp to tell him all the criminal activities that his son-in-law is up to.
So do you not think that perhaps Mrs. Connell's father might not have shown his daughter that image?
That's his business, not mine.
But do you not think that would make sense?
That was those are private messages.
Would he not share that with you?
Those are private messages between me and another individual who is not Jack Connell or his daughter. Whether her father chooses to do that is not my responsibility. And he took it on himself to deliberately go through his way to do that, because that kind of access himself.
Okay. Michael, you made reference to the pile of clothing just a moment ago. That t-shirt was found amongst the big pile of clothes on your upstairs hall landing?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How would you describe the current state of your house?
Right. First of all, I object to that line of questioning, because I know where to go with this, and I object.
Since the passing of your mother, and the impacts and the stresses and strains and whatnot, do you feel that's impacted on the condition of your home, basically?
I find offensive the question, and I'd rather not answer it, because in the answer would dignify such a stupid question. I referenced the pile of clothes, not the state of my home.
Right.
No, actually, and to be fair to Michael, he referenced the pile of clothes just to demonstrate that the t-shirt was not on the top there, that he wore it was at the bottom.
What about the bottom? It was about the 8th t-shirt I picked up.
Okay, so it was the 8th t-shirt, but the fact of the matter.
And it's about 6 foot pile of a huge pile of.
But I think Michael's relevant. What is the relevance?
It's a t-shirt with his face on it. That's the point.
Yeah. What is the relevance
in private.
about the state of his house when this is an allegation of harassment? When you're talking about his personal space here.
I'm just trying to get whether or not he's basically condition of football and loss of your mother, whether that's impacted on you and whether or not you. I know in previous conversations you mentioned about you've lost interest in your general interests and stuff, haven't you?
He didn't say that.
Yeah,
I have not said that during this interview.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what?
I've not implied that during this interview, and I resent the questioning.
You haven't one statement to me that I have.
I've not sent any sworn statements to you. Yeah. I refuse to send any communications to you after you've forced your way into my property under false pretenses, past my carer, in order to go in a fishing expedition to find out other things you can complain about. That is why you're banned from my property.
Michael, are you currently employed?
How is that relevant?
Officer, you're asking questions that are...
You are asking questions which are designed to make me have a seizure. Please stop it.
They're clearly upsetting him, and they're not relevant to the actual allegation. So I think I would ask you to not continue to answer those questions.
Hello, Michael. My name's Tom. I don't think we're doing
Okay.
No.
Wait a minute. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. No.
Got me upset, yeah?
No.
It's almost over.
Under control. It's fine. It's fine.
Because otherwise
That's fine.
we've got a serious situation.
That's fine. I have more questions to ask you myself. My colleague might have, okay?
I'm just going to ask you a
Nearly
couple of
finished
questions, okay, and then we'll be done. Alright? I've listened to the interview, and I've made some notes. Alright, so I'm just going to try and clear up and clarify a couple of bits. Okay? I'm from the stalking unit. That's why they've asked for my help with the interview and stuff. Alright, so I've been appraised of the investigation and stuff. And, so I mean, I wanted to just first of all just get to know you a little bit. How do you feel about that?
I think we have to stop the interview now because we have to stop the interview now because his father indicated that if he stops talking and is shaking, that he's just having a seizure, and that's serious.
Well, I've got no more questions to ask. So, is there anything else you want to clarify at all?
No, there's nothing I want to clarify. I want to
I've got quite a few things, yeah.
Well, you may have a few things, but it's...
Well, no, I'm just saying, I have to have a few. If you have to stop the interview, we'll start it again when he's ready.
Well, that may be after several hours.
So do you?
Michael, he's got one page of questions left to ask, and that's it. I think that's all.
No.
Could someone give me some diazepam?
Yeah, we have to stop the interview.
I just...
I don't want to... I've made it...
We don't stop the interview.
Okay, that's fine. Alright, just pause it for a
I
minute.
need to... I'll get the doctor because he needs...
She's got to
I just need 4 milligrams of diazepam.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. So, you suspended at 16:42 hours. Thank you. We're virtually there. I'll have to get another disc.
You can either do it today or we'll do it another day.
It's up to you, Michael.
It's not up to me.
It's almost done.
But, I mean, the interview isn't finished. That's the point.
The interview would have been concluded. I would not have this seizure.
You're right.
You're okay. You're safe.
You didn't need to. You didn't need to.
Alright. I apologise if I said anything untoward. I just you made some clothes in the parlour on another, that's all. Okay.
He's not going to have a seizure. He's still
Safe and well, alright? Stay safe. Alright. Any water?
Yeah, I did some diazepam and a glass of water.
Yeah, okay.
Colleague will
Do you want to come and see the doctor?
No, I just need some diazepam.
Yeah, I can't
see
hear
that.
that.
To go and see the doctor.
You want to come round and see?
Alright.
I don't want to move.
You don't want to move. The solicitor's gone round anyway.
Just need to breathe.
Okay. It's alright, just breathe. It's alright. It's alright.
Maybe just have a bit of a break and a cup of tea.
Yeah, I think I might, yeah.
Yeah.
Hello,
How are we
doctor.
doing?
We've got about half an hour to go, I reckon.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe a bit of a break out here. It's not very nice in
No.
here, is it? There we are. Because you had quite a lot of diazepam this morning, didn't you? Yeah? Because you're over-breathing a bit, and that's why your hands are going all clawed. Yeah, no.
Would it be possible for him just to come out of the room and
Yeah.
then
Maybe have a cup of tea, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
if he wants to, would he be able to come out of the room and just spend 5 minutes with you?
I don't think it's necessary to spend 5 minutes with me. I think he just needs a break, doesn't he, from the interview. I don't think I would add anything there at all. But yeah, come out, have a bit of a break.
It's just that when he was arrested, he had a seizure and ended up in accident and
I saw that on the 16th.
And so on the 13th.
30th was
So
it?
I'm a little bit concerned about him. His father was very worried about him. So
But he had 6 milligrams of diazepam this morning, which is
burn.
quite a lot. Would make you and I unfit for the interview. So we don't want to give him any more in that time period. Yeah. So have a bit of a break.
I'm
Come
not
out.
talking around you, Michael. I'm just.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to concentrate on my breathing.
Okay.
Yeah, good. Yes. Just take it steady. Yeah.
I don't want to move because I'm going to fall over.
Okay.
No. Well, don't move then. If you like, just it's a bit. It's quite enclosed in here, isn't it?
Unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I know because it's got to be. Just to
I think they have to be.
sit there. Yeah, no, absolutely, because you've got to have the
But
sound.
he has been here since 10 o'clock this morning, so he's been here for
6 hours.
6 hours?
Mm.
A long time.
Mm.
Nearly 7 hours. Because he arrived at 40 years. He's been here for 7 hours.
It could be either 24 hours. You never know.
It's not a very helpful comment.
No, I'm just saying.
It's actually not very helpful in my
Just
time.
as you said,
To be honest,
Nice and steady breathing, yeah. Okay.
You are
With
just
me,
saying,
yeah?
and you're saying it in the
Yeah?
circumstances where
Can you feel me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very helpful.
Just, you know. No. And, yeah. That's it. Lovely.
Just for the record, I don't appreciate those comments.
No.
That's unnecessary.
I think he's just stating the facts, really.
You can state the facts all he wants, it's not appropriate right now.
No.
There'll be questions I need to ask.
Yeah. But you know, sometimes you just need to have a bit of a break, don't you? It's not very pleasant. It's been a long time, isn't it? You've been going for quite a while. Have you had some breaks?
Yeah, we had a 10-minute break.
Did you?
Yeah.
And have you had something to eat and everything?
Yeah,
Yes, good. Good. Well, that's good. Yeah.
Okay, some water, please.
Some more. Yep.
Yeah, I've got a glass here somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's here, but it is empty. So we'll get. Do you want to take that?
I'll just fill it up at the same time.
There you go. Have you had a cup of tea?
I've got a bottle of water.
Oh, you've got a bottle. Yeah. Oh, good. Look, I mean, look, just it's not very nice, is it? I mean, it's not very nice being interviewed, but it's got to be done. So just take it steady. You sure you don't want to come out for a bit?
No, I won't fall over.
No. Well, you know, we won't let you fall over. But do you want a bit of fresh air or
No.
anything? No. Okay. Well, look, have some water, have a bit of a break. Somebody will stay with him, yeah, and then see how you feel in the 10 minutes time, yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Good.
I'm still here. There's a chocolate brownie you could like. There's some ginger nuts.
No. Just some water.
So I was saying there's designated work and social worker you're going to get. Is that going to be useful?
No. It might help my father, but nothing they can do will help me.
Yeah. There's your water.
Alright, Michael, I've got some water for you. I'll just leave it there.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Christine.
Well, it's such a long interview that I think it's
There's always welfare questions tacked on no matter what interview you go to.
yes, there are welfare questions, but
Actually, I'll go wherever you can. You'll be best for that one. Okay. Ready? 3 more discs.
You want There we go. What a biscuit was that? With the sugar?
No.
You say you could just pause it on those other bits before.
I thought so, it automatically started burning off, so I don't know. Yeah. You've got to top there, what is it?
They turn off, those ones?
Yeah. Quicker, wasn't it?
How did you get here, Michael? Did you have a car?
Yeah, my dad brought me in the car.
Who's got a car?
you know when your dad, when you spoke to his father, didn't you, earlier on, they came in the car.
Okay. I think there's no more saying
I think it's past now.
This is the one that she's done?
I think so.
I don't know whether sometimes you're not in a situation where you need to blow into a paper bag or anything that's like hyperventilate. No, it's not that.
No, I normally go hypoxic instead.
When the fans go out.
Yeah, something about over-breathing, but I think...
Michael, do you want to sign this?
Oh,
Just
it's
the seal to go around the disc.
wrapper
Well,
around it.
Can you show him? It's just basically
Yeah.
proper across next to the
Yeah, my right hand's a little bit shaky, so I don't know if I would have been able to.
It's okay if it's like a spider.
Yeah, a bit of it anyway.
Oh,
Right.
see my finger?
What's it here?
There.
There? Yeah?
lovely.
It's lovely, isn't it? Nice then.
Thank you very much.
How's it going? Is it alright? Yeah, you?
Bit better?
Yeah, I'm better now. I don't actually now focus on what you're saying to me, so. Some of us said something about questions.
They're going to just, I think there's another few questions that the professor wants to ask you.
We just need to clarify, after the collapse, we've got some further questions to ask at the moment regarding where we left off. Okay?
Can I just say for the purpose of saying the previous interview was stopped because Michael was unwell?
Correct, yeah. And since that point, doctor's been attended.
Michael, are you okay to continue?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, sister.
Okay, Michael, you're feeling okay?
Yes.
Are you
Yes.
happy to continue with these?
Yes. Yes. Continue.
Okay. I don't know how much you remember from just before we stopped, but my name's Tom. I'm from the stalking unit. Okay. And this officer here, Robin, has requested our help because it's a stalking one and it's quite in depth and it's been going on for quite a while.
Well, I obviously reject that statement, but yes.
What do you reject?
The notion that I have been in any way stalking Mr. Connell for any amount of time, let alone 2 years. As stated, according to my father, Robin Young stated at the time of my arrest, the reasoning for the arrest was stalking Mr. Connell for 20 months.
Okay, we'll talk about the end, okay? And I'll ask you if you understand what stalking is, okay? Right, so
stalking is what Jack Connell has done to me.
Okay, we'll talk about it at the end, okay? And you can try and give your reasons as to why you don't think it's stalking, and I'll give you the reasons why I think it is, okay? So what I was going to do, what we normally do when we do these kind of interviews, we just ask you about your daily routine. Do you have a routine? Is that something you're happy to talk about?
Self-defense could never be a crime unless there is absolute provocation and there's obvious avenues of de-escalation which are ignored in favour of the violent option, or the worst option, and that you cannot demonstrate. So I reject the concept in every way that I could have in any way stalked or harassed, for that matter, Mr. Connell in any way other than what was necessary to defend myself and my property in good faith.
Okay, so I asked you if you had a routine during the, I have a routine. I get up, sometimes I go to work, sometimes I work from home. I have children, I have to take them to school, have lunch, etc. Maybe go for a walk. Do you have like a certain specific routine during the day?
Prior to Jack Connell threatening me with violence, specific violence, more than one occasion, along with associated behaviours and other words which would lead any reasonable person to believe they were under immediate threat of unlawful violence. Before all of those things happened, I had a functioning, active social life. I was active in the community, I was volunteering, I was contributing to society. I had lots of routines back then. I used to routinely walk down to the civic centre while I was volunteering. I used to routinely go for power walks around the immediate area. I used to do my own shopping. I used to have normal everyday routines. Now I do not. Now I have what can only be described as an existence which I now liken to being under house arrest, primarily due to the fact I'm in fear of my personal safety if I go outside alone, especially after Mr. Connell published physically and electronically that me, my name and my address and photographs of me, I'm a paedophile, multiple times. I'm too afraid to go to my house, even before that, but especially since that time, The only routines I have are routines of a prisoner in his own home. You've taken my social life, they've taken my interests, my hobbies, which I now cannot do because of Mr. Connell's interference. You've now taken all my access technology, which is required by me as reasonably adjusted as a disabled person to function independently. I no longer have the ability to operate independently of my father, who I'm now completely dependent on for all of my care needs, due to the fact that first Mr. Connell and then the police have deprived me systematically of everything I need to function properly. And that I find reprehensible, let alone immoral, and disgusting.
Okay.
There's no need to seize my property. What was the actual stated need to seize my property apart from wanting to seize it? What provocation? Nothing has been offered. You know for a fact that CCTV system is there for my safety and security. It is part of my security system, which you deprived me of without reason, without cause.
The forensic officers that joined us when we arrested you, they deemed that we needed to receive those items.
That is insufficient. What legal mechanism, what need was there to remove the equipment?
Okay, for possible evidence of offences of stalking, namely access to various sites, what the actual CCTV views, and
all of which was freely available to you, has been made freely available to you on many occasions. Many officers have seen those feeds and said they are completely compliant, there's no trouble.
Michael, let me cut in there. We seem to go off at angles. All right? I've asked you a question and then you seem to go off at angles.
And I'm answering your question.
Longer if you just answer would be a lot quicker.
I've answered your question. Do I have any routines? No, I don't. They've been robbed of me.
Okay.
Along with the rest of my dignity, by someone who's actually stalking and harassing and has probably been doing so for a long period of time.
Okay, so just explain to me then, what do you do with your day?
I can't do anything anymore.
Not now. So, let's go back to before we received your computers and your phone and your CCTV, okay? So let's say, for example, just before Christmas, how would you spend your day? From the moment you got up, explain that to me.
I would like to know why that's relevant.
Because it's completely relevant, because we want to know, understand what's going on.
If the accusation against me is stalking and harassment, how does my daily activity impact on that assertion?
Absolutely.
Please explain to me.
Relevant.
Sorry, he doesn't understand.
I do not understand.
What don't you understand?
Why is this relevant? Why are we wasting time talking about this?
As police officers, investigators, how you spend your day.
And
you're here for quite a serious offence, okay, of stalking. We need to understand what you do in your day.
The allegation is that you have a fixation of your neighbour.
So explain that.
Now you've talked about the allegation. It is the opposite way around, which has been proven multiple occasions. He is absolutely obsessed with what I do and things I am doing. Actively obsessed. And that has been recorded, it has been noted, it is proven to be a thing. I am not obsessed with him.
What do you do for your average day?
I am not obsessed with Mr. Connell any more than is necessary in order to maintain evidence, maintain continuity of evidence. I do things because I need to, and as I've said to you numerous times, if he left me alone, I would not even think about him. I wouldn't talk about him. I would gladly not talk about him. It's a stressful thing to have to talk about these things, and I wasn't happy to do so. And if I had a reason not to, of course I wouldn't. I'm not obsessed with Mr. Connell. I resent the implication that anyone might think I am. You're misinterpreting the intent, which was to protect myself and my property. Actions I took in good faith, without fear or favour, mostly on the advice of the police.
Alright, Michael. Okay, we get it.
I don't think you do, but...
Well, we're trying to. Have you ever had a job?
How is that relevant to an accusation of stalking?
Did you have an income?
How is that relevant to an accusation of stalking?
I don't know how you pay for all these devices and stuff.
How is that relevant?
Completely relevant.
There was an allegation that he committed any offences.
my street
Simple
bell.
question.
No, in my street bell chit, which I signed, it said I was guilty of these offences, and my father quite rightly said allegedly, and that was written in to the record. That alone is a problem, evidentially speaking. There's no evidence whatsoever, much less proven, that I've committed any offence, let alone the actions which you are somehow assigning to my innocent actions, an innocent attempt to protect
They're
myself.
very simple questions, and if you don't want to answer them, that's fine.
I just want.
I'm not trying to trip you up. I just want to get an idea of what goes on in a normal day.
And I just want to understand why you think it's important.
It's completely relevant because you're here as an allegation for stalking. You
A non-proven
spend most of your
allegation.
day on a computer, with YouTube, Twitter, putting his photo on the T-shirt, electric fences. There's some things that were said before. Just go over a couple of things. Are you on with that?
Right. Is the interview now concluded?
No.
Right.
No.
Is it still being recorded?
No,
Not at the moment.
not at the moment, so
Right.
we're best to wait.
We're just putting some new discs in. Do
Right.
you want to make it ask you whether you're happy to continue or you want to give it a little bit more time?
No, I want to finish this off. I think I'm able to do so now.
Okay.
Our first one of these interviews was a boy that had thrown a sandwich at his father. And he thought it was funny until he said the bad thing was it was his dad's sandwich.
I mean, you know, technically it's battery.
Well,
15 is below the age of maturity anyway, so what the hell?
It's not the age, it's below the age of criminal responsibility, unfortunately. That's 12. 12 is the age of criminal responsibility in the UK.
Yeah, but Schrodinger's sandwich,
I know.
that'll
I
be...
think there was a plate attached.
Okay, right. If there's, I mean, for a sandwich, I'll say that's maybe battery, and that's not really criminal then, is it? At that
It
level?
is, unfortunately, even though it's minor sort of battery, even though
That's just
Maybe
ridiculous.
it's the last straw.
I think sometimes it's the last straw, and it's just a way of a last sort of disciplinarian. You know, I think sometimes it's the last straw.
Especially in some stages. You can hear all sorts of reasons.
You can.
Yeah, but it also makes a mockery of the justice system as well. It's not a very good lesson to teach people. The law should not be used to stop legitimate business, and that's how everyone uses it. That's why the court system's clogged up.
10, actually, as a criminal
It is
responsibility.
10. Yeah, I said 12, but I thought to myself, it's 10, isn't it? Because it used to be between 10 and 14, but then you had to make sure you had to see that they understood that what they were doing was wrong.
I've seen a 10-year-old.
But it was 10. It's just that they haven't. I haven't seen any. When it first got reduced to 10, there was a lot of 10-year-olds.
They're treated differently.
But now I never see a 10-year-old.
No, very rarely. They're treated totally differently, I believe.
But normally they don't really arrest anyone under the age of 12, which is why. But you're right, it is 10.
Got to ask questions.
Yeah, but 10 years old, even at 20, your brain isn't fully developed.
Sometimes yes, you're quite right. Some of them.
I mean, I don't think it's really
Some
fair.
people who are still 5 at the age of 20.
I mean, and vice versa. I mean, there's plenty of people walking around at mental ages, and they're technically. I mean, age doesn't necessarily. It's not. I don't like it.
It's not really indicative of someone's emotional or intellectual maturity, or ability.
Yeah, or ability, or understanding,
Understanding is true.
The understanding is important there. I mean, the intent. I mean, the history. I mean, anyway.
Michael, don't concern yourself about those other cases.
Yeah, because I remember it being 10 because of that rape case. Well.
As I said 12, I thought, no, but it's 10. And the reason I couldn't believe it was 10 was because I haven't had a 10-year-old for such a long time. Have you dealt with a 10-year-old?
No, I never have. I've been down to about 12.
I had, when it first changed, I had several.
Because we have to go to all of them.
Yeah.
Always with us.
Always, yes, you have to.
Yeah, when they first did the changeover, there was a massive flood because no one knew exactly how to deal with it, so they were being overcautious. And, of course, there's the care system as well, and that didn't help.
Then You might find something about their background that they're in danger where they're living and things like that.
Yeah, some of it was a bit knee-jerky. But you know,
Mind
it
you, I did
balanced
have
out.
one kid who was it hotwired a car when he was 10, and he said, "Oh, my mum taught me how to."
Well, whose car was it?
I don't know. I think it was his mum's car.
Well, in that case, it's not really taking about consent, is it? I mean,
Well, I don't think she could give him her consent.
but also, it's not robbery, is it? I mean,
Well, the thing is, if she gave her consent, then she would be considered putting a child endangerment, all sorts of other offences.
well, yes, that's against her, not him. So, I mean,
Yeah, but then he'd go into care. Everything
yeah. Yeah, but they would do. I mean, the care system's also the problem. I mean, nowadays they do the right thing and they try to bend over backwards to keep the kids with the parents for as long as possible, and that's the right thing to do. I don't want to believe they would put the child into care for that one incident. This was course of conduct, whatever. That's traumatic. I mean, but obviously there's more to it. I mean, that's just one part of the case, isn't it? But
We got what time we paused?
but we stopped. I have no idea what time we stopped.
16:40, isn't it? Roughly that, I think, isn't it? Alright, one more time.
215
Remember it one day.
163. What is your custody number?
01VK 10135 of the 25
101
35
35.
/23.
Yes, VK01 VK.
We're going to probably report this is going to work this time.
Quite an unusual name, isn't it, Quester?
Yeah.
I've never heard anyone ever with the name of Quester.
Yeah,
It's quite
good
a nice
for
name,
that.
though. Is it originate from a certain country, or?
Oh, we think it's an Italian word, an Italian name,
Yeah.
but it means this.
Yes, it does. Questa.
We think it's a surname of some friend of ours, I don't know.
yeah, but it's a derivation, which is Greek.
That could mean put an
Yeah, the root is Greek.
Questa cosa. This
Questa,
thing.
yeah,
Questa cosa.
Leave a note.
You speak Italian?
No.
I think the translation is something closer to openness, question of the universe sort of thing. Not a question, asking questions. Are you being inquisitive?
Do you want to do the introductions again, and I'll...
Yeah. Sorry. Okay. This is a continuation of the interview of Michael Hart. We're interviewing your name, please.
Michael Oliver Hart.
Thank you. PC Robin Young, 2136, attached to the Cannon Hill Safe Neighbourhood Team based at Woodland Police Station. The other officer present is...
Tom Clark, I'm attached to the stack unit based in Stratford.
We're still in room 2 at Kingston Police Station. The other persons present are...
Christian is at Christian Bird.
And...
Question, you already referred that officer and task.
Okay, and again, as previously stated, you are not expected to act simply as an observer. And the purposes of your presence are first, to advise the person being interviewed, second, to observe whether or not the interview is being conducted properly and fairly, and third, to facilitate communication with the person being interviewed. The date is the 19th of January, and the time now is 16:55.
Okay.
I just remind you, you're still, sorry, Tom. Michael, obviously you're still under caution, so again I'm just going to reiterate, I know, just to clarify things, so you don't understand anything. The main harm in offence is that much of a question, something which is based on in court, anything you do so may be given evidence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a continuation of our interview.
Numerous different things.
All of which happened over a long period of time after specific events necessitated these things to happen. I needed to prove to next door that he was not in his own garden, he was in fact in my garden. The way in which that was proven to them was showing them this is my garden by taking the CCTV still from my feed, showing him that the possibility was not there. It could not have happened, it was a lie.
Okay.
I didn't do it because I felt like it. I didn't do it because I thought, oh, I know, I'll do this because it will annoy someone. It was done for a specific purpose, to an aim of restoring my damaged reputation.
Okay.
And I resent the implication that you think I spend 24 hours a day online thinking of ways to somehow harass or somehow stalk Mr. Connell. I use my phone for normal, legitimate purposes, like everyone else does, but unlike everyone else, I use my phone for anything and everything else that you may not even realise, because you just instinctively don't. I need my phone for everything I do. I can't even fill in my tax return because I haven't got my phone. All of my identity is attached to my phone number.
Do you have an income? It's a simple question. What is your income?
Because you have said that my income is relevant. Because you said that the reason for you wanting to know is whether or how I'm reporting these devices, the implication there is there's some intent, and there is none. And again, I resent the implication. I do have an income.
Okay.
My income is from benefits alone. I'm unable to work. I can't even volunteer anymore because of what has happened.
How much money do you get, say, a month?
How's that relevant?
Same as before.
I get an amount of money which is mandated by the government to enable me to exist in a competitive way with everyone else, as has been dictated by society in general.
Listen, Michael, these questions aren't designed to trip you up or fool you. They're very simple questions. I'm not here to fool you.
Yes.
Right? Or trick you.
Yes, but I'm using this opportunity to make sure you are all very well aware that everything I have done has been in good faith, in every possible way to abide by instructions given by law enforcement and other agencies, and I resent any implication of anything other than that.
Okay. Tell me about your eyesight. Is it getting worse?
Yes.
Okay. So has it got worse over the last 2 years?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see me?
I mean, which one's you?
No,
you're right. Yeah. Okay. Black blob waving something. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Can you see things better close up?
My focal length is about 5, 6, 7 centimetres. So it's close up. I can still do things, but.
And do you need your father, for example, to help you get through the day?
Yes. I'm now completely dependent on my father for all of my care needs, because I'm now no longer capable of fully caring for myself for the majority of a week at present, due to stress, anxiety.
That's cleared it up, because right at the start, when you were describing the first incident, you went to the house by yourself, and you knocked on the door by yourself, so I'm assuming that your eyesight must have got a lot worse.
Well, that is not a good example of why, but I would not go anywhere near that place, even if there weren't restrictions.
The point is, you went there of your own. You got there on your own.
Yeah, I could probably still get there on my own, because I've lived there for 40 years.
Okay.
I know what the place is like, which is why I can't move for fear of having to relearn everything, which I cannot do reasonably well. But that is not an eyesight problem. That is just, I don't want to have anything to do with that guy, even if there weren't restrictions, because I believe he's a danger to himself and others, especially me, because he's threatened me specifically on multiple occasions.
All right. Okay. So you won't tell me about your day. You won't tell me how much money you get. You talked about your vision's getting worse.
I get some assistance from the government, which is prescribed, which is probably in the amount of between £600 and £800 a month, most of which goes to...
Sorry, Michael. I'm going to ask you quite a personal question. Okay. We talked about your mum. I know it's a hard topic. Okay. What was the cause of your mother's death? I don't think we got to the bottom of that.
My mother was voluntarily bedbound because she did not want to undergo a second hip operation, and as a consequence of that, she felt it was easier to live her life in bed, which she did. She was otherwise fit and healthy, made a contact with the GP, no health concerns, nothing that could cause an imminent decline in her health. Up until the point at which the unending noise, disruption, air pollution, actual pollution, i.e. particulate pollution, all of which had a dramatic effect on her general health, and she ultimately just gave up.
So what was the actual cause of death? Do you know?
Yeah, we do.
Can you tell me?
Heart failure.
Heart attack?
No, heart failure.
Heart failure. Okay. And I think we sort of touched on it, and I think you blame the Connells for your mother's death. Am I right?
Inasmuch as they were responsible for her premature demise, yes, because they were.
And you believe that right now?
Because it's the truth. She was well and healthy up until the prolonged and unnecessary interference, pollution, noise pollution, air pollution, physical pollution, disruption, and the inability for her to relax or sleep for 5 or 6 weeks straight all contributed to her deciding to give up living. And had they not been doing those things in that way, she would still be alive today. Because her heart was not in any way, shape or form damaged, it just gave up.
I think all these different things that have happened, I think that lays at the heart of it. That is your motive, isn't it?
I reject that completely.
You can do?
There is no...
That's what I think.
First of all, if what you were saying was remotely possible, which is not, the abuse and harassment from Mr. Connell started a long time before her death. So, if what you were saying was remotely possible, this campaign would have started on the 7th of May, the day of my mum's death. That did not happen. The abuse and all of the other stuff I've been complaining about happened from the minute Jack Connell moved in. And the minute he started working property, in fact. It did not coincide at all with my mum's premature passing.
When did this company actually move into it, Jack?
Well, they took ownership as occupiers beginning of April. They moved in just at the end of February. Yeah, the end of February. And the issues started back in December and November.
Okay.
I.e. the fire, that was November.
You know, you spoke at the start of the interview when Robin was asking you about the building work to start, and you said it was at all hours and stuff.
Yes.
It turns out it was just in office hours.
That's not true.
You tell me when it was.
As I said, it varies. Sometimes it was approximately 8:30 till 5:30. Sometimes it was 8:30 till 8:30. Sometimes he started at 6:30 in the morning and quit early and didn't come back.
So it was never at night or...
Oh, no. There are 4 instances I remember of works taking place after 8 p.m. One of which was on the chimney breast.
Okay,
The work was all up.
Work was there?
It was heavy duty. There was 2 guys with massive, I suppose, mallets trying to hammer a lintel into place to support the chimney breast that he damaged.
And this happened at what time?
I remember it being about 8:30 or so.
8:30.
But you know, I've got.
What time they finished?
And that's when they started.
Night.
When?
Yes.
So 8:30 at night or 8:30 in the morning?
In the evening, at night.
Until when?
I think it went on for about half an hour in total. It wasn't continuous for the whole time, but in total I think it's about half an hour's worth of continuous activity over about an hour and a half. It's my memory. I've got notes of this. You've got access to all of that. I've had it for a year or two.
It never disrupted your sleep or anything like that at night?
Yeah, it did. The reason why I have tinnitus is because he started incredibly loud routing work on the party wall, which is 18 inches away from where I was sleeping.
Was this at night?
No, in the morning.
What time in the morning?
It's about 6:15, I remember.
So not sleeping hours generally, not like sort of 1 or 2 in the morning.
No, not in that instance, but that is what gave me tinnitus.
Okay.
I.e.,
Can
no
you describe
consideration.
Tinnitus or tinnitus? How does that affect you?
Right.
It's a simple question. You don't have to.
You've asked a simple question, and the answer is not simple.
Then you gave a big like that as if it's.
Because it's complicated.
As he said, it's complicated. That's my side.
Now, if any of you guys, lose any part of your hearing, it will be an inconvenience. It might be an annoyance. It might somehow change your hobbies if your hobbies involve no imperfect pitch, for example. But that's the limit of it. It won't prevent you leading your life. I rely completely on my hearing for echolocation. This is part of how I navigate. It is very important for my understanding of the world around me. That has now changed forever. And I'm only just now starting to relearn where things are in relation to where they used to be. Because everything sounds different. And it's not just, there's a ringing in my ears, that's irritating. It's every single day I hit something. Every single day I drop something because I put it in the wrong place or I'm in the wrong place. It's a reminder of someone has deliberately, with malice aforethought, got on his way to be deliberately noisy, knowing the effect it would have. And it's permanently changed my life.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was what their outcome wanted to be. They wanted to do their house, and unfortunately these things have happened.
He made no attempt whatsoever to give us schedule of works or warnings or anything a reasonable person would have done to help with the heavy constructions. As we've always said, we have never had any problem with renovations. We have always had problems with how they have been done and the safety of how they've been done and the ramifications of how they've been done badly. We never said he didn't have the right absolutely to do the work. Only that the way he was doing it was causing physical measurable damage to property and personnel.
Michael, did you go to the doctors about your tinnitus?
Yes.
Is it been officially diagnosed?
Yes.
Okay. And are these sonic devices that you've got in the loft to try and at these certain frequency, have they been offered to you via NHS or anything like that?
But they have offered me ones. I've tried them and it didn't work for me. Tinnitus is a very unique thing to the individual. It's very unlikely an off-the-shelf thing is going to work effectively for everyone in any degree. But I did my own research and I discovered through this research how to modify other devices to create the correct inverse frequency which would better mask my tinnitus, which is what I did.
Did you do that by Google or YouTube?
Yeah, give a bit of both.
Okay.
Some of it was library book I got my dad to get, but mostly yeah.
Okay. You know, before you got the sonic devices in your garden, did you have pests in the garden before that?
We didn't until Jack Connell started fly tipping in the nature reserve. including household waste, which was then got into by additional rodents, which then in turn increased the local rodent population locally. Up until that point, we had normal levels of encroachment. Bearing in mind, we're backing on to a functioning nature reserve. I mean, of course there's creatures out there, and of course they're going to come in to the garden to look for stuff, but nothing abnormally so. Nothing we haven't...
How much did it increase it?
For a while, it was actually 150% more than we expected.
So you were getting a lot more, did you say rats? Mice, foxes?
So it was mainly foxes and what you might call rats.
So why do you think that these pests would have come to your... Is it food that was dropped, or...?
Mr. Connell spent the best part of 3 months dumping lots of household waste into a nature reserve, which was accessed by the wildlife quite quickly. That got spread around, and most of it got spread around closer to our side than his side, because he dumped it closer to our side than his side.
So just general rubbish?
No, household food rubbish. It wasn't general...
food out there?
Yes.
And have you got evidence of that?
Yes, I sent that to the council at the time.
What did the council do?
They then ultimately sent us a cease and desist pre-action notice saying you have to fix the rodent infestation you have caused in your garden by the rubbish in your garden, which we then later found was a malicious complaint made by Jack Connell.
Okay. So we talked about that. Tonight, as we talked about fly tipping. Right, so in your words, I'm not going to take too much more of your time. In your words, you're an intelligent bloke. We can all know. We all know that.
I used to be intelligent. I'm
now. You're still a bright man.
I am now a happy shadow of my former glory. I can't concentrate for anything more than 10 minutes anymore. There are several questions I wish I'd asked you during the interview, but because you wouldn't let me ask them, I've forgotten them.
Okay. At the end, try and remember them. At the end, you have an ideal opportunity to answer as many questions as you want.
I think the difficulty is that we're sort of 5 hours in now. It's not easy.
I think it's 5 hours. There we go.
It is.
It's 5 and a bit, isn't it, by now?
Well, the length of the interview is just coming up to 4.
Yeah, but you've been at the
Yes, that's the recorded interview.
Okay. So, in your words then, what do you think stalking is?
I've got no idea what you guys think it is.
Well, you tell me what you think it is.
Going out of your way to deliberately, with intent, to cause fear, alarm, distress, panic, fear of imminent violence, fear of unlawful violence, behaviours which people will find distressing, and behaviours in which any reasonable person would find distressing in that situation, whether they're present or not.
Okay, so how we that's not a bad explanation, to be honest. So we use the police are great with things called mnemonics. You know what mnemonics are?
Yeah.
Yeah, excellent. So we describe stalking as 4. I don't know if you can see that.
What F-O-U-R?
F-O-U-R. Okay, so what do you think the F stands for?
I've no idea.
Fixated, which you are completely fixated.
I object to that
Okay.
classification.
Well, you can object to it if you want.
I object to it on the grounds
that you are fixated with your neighbours. What do you think the O is?
Let's just go back to F.
Okay.
You have made the assertion I am fixated with my neighbour.
Yeah.
Now, if one of you had a guy literally shooting an air rifle into your property with intent to damage your property, knowing you had visual impairment, would you not be fixated in working out how that is happening? Yes? You wouldn't just ignore it, would you? Some things may be classified as being fixated, but you have to remember, I have every self-interest in making sure I do not go blind. I have every self-interest in making sure more of my property doesn't get destroyed. And I have autism, and autism has several interesting effects. And through no fault of your own, with no intent to be had, you become focused on finding solutions to problems. That does not mean I have an unhealthy obsession with Mr. Connell, as you are trying to imply. So again, I object to that clarification.
Okay. What do you think the O stands for?
I don't know.
Obsessive. I think you're obsessed.
I'm obsessed with my own safety. I'm obsessed with not being mobbed to death by a flash mob who saw one of the disgusting things he posted online with my face, my father's face, my name and my full address.
Yeah. I think. Do you know why I think you're obsessed? You've got a photo of him next to your bed. You've got a T-shirt with his face on it. That's just two examples.
Those are not examples of expectation. Those are examples of things which were necessary for me to get rid of the interference in my life. One, to regain access to Nextdoor by trying to demonstrate to them that Mr. Connell lied, that I published without his permission a photograph of him in his own garden, when in fact he was breaking into my garden. That is why that t-shirt existed. There's no malice behind that. There's no intent behind that. The intent was to prove it is my garden. That's the only thing I was thinking about at the time.
On a T-shirt?
Sorry?
Why did you put his face on a T-shirt?
Because I wanted to demonstrate to the Nextdoor administrative team that Mr. Connell was not correct in his wild accusation that I had published a photograph of him in his garden, when in fact that photograph was him breaking into my garden.
Yeah, but why did you put it on a T-shirt?
Because I needed to stand with something in front of the camera. It was either that or print out a photograph or something like that. But to demonstrate this is my...
You're not explaining why you put his photo on a T-shirt.
The accusation levelled by Mr. Connell, which resulted in me being terminated from Nextdoor, was specifically that that image of him in my property, kicking things around with intent, was the reason for why I was removed from Nextdoor, because I published a photograph of him in his garden without his consent. That is not correct. That was never correct. It is ridiculous. And to demonstrate...
You're not answering the question, Michael. You need to just explain to me why you've got his face on a T-shirt. It's not a normal thing to have. Someone's face, like your neighbour's face, on a T-shirt.
Yeah, you're talking about it as if it's something I wear every day with pride.
That doesn't matter if you wear it or not. You've got it on a T-shirt. It's there.
Just because I got it for a specific purpose and wore it twice for a specific purpose, you cannot then use that to infer the level of guilt you're trying to assign to me. And I'll resent it.
Me then, why you got it on a T-shirt?
I have just told you. I've just told you. I've just told you. I have just told you the reasonable explanation. The reasonable explanation is I needed to demonstrate to the Nextdoor admin team that Mr. Connell had lied. I needed to prove to them it was in fact my garden. In order to prove it was my garden, it was what I thought of at the time.
What was going through your mind at the time?
You're talking about something that happened over a year ago.
Why a T-shirt?
Why not? Why not?
What do you mean, why not?
Exactly. I mean,
have you ever put your neighbour's face on a T-shirt before?
I haven't needed to. I've never had the need to prove the fact my garden was my garden. I mean, that's a very unique situation.
How would you like it if your neighbour put your face on his T-shirt he was wearing?
If I'd broken into his garden and he'd taken that photograph from his CCTV, I would at least understand it. Perhaps I might not like it, but it doesn't make it a crime.
I think we've exhausted this question.
Okay. So what do you think the U is?
I really don't care anymore. Just what is it? Just tell me.
It's unwanted. Okay? So it's clearly unwanted. All this fixation, the obsessiveness, it's all unwanted by the victim. Okay? And the R is repeated quite clearly for 2 years, constant repeating. To the stage that you've got his photo next to your bed, you have a photo of him on a T-shirt. You're sending numerous messages to estate agents so he can't sell his house.
I think you explained
I have explained this, and I'll explain this again. I have no vested interest in him staying, for obvious reasons. There was There was and is a very logical reason for everything I have done. I offered to let visitors come into my property to take better photographs, just to help the place sell. Why would I have done that if I was intentionally not selling the place? What do I have to benefit from that action?
Well, like again, I think you're obsessed with Mr. Hart and trying to ruin his life.
But I'm Mr. Hart, what?
Sorry, with Mr. Connell, and trying to ruin his life and ruin their life. Their life's miserable. They can't sleep at night because of the sonic sound.
What evidence has been presented to demonstrate that? Yes, that's a statement. What evidence, what verification has anyone ever had that is true?
Right, so I want to give us this one statement.
I can tell you that the actual evidence, which is actually verifiable, is there has been absolutely no change in their behaviours since before, during or after different sonic things were present or removed. No disturbed sleep, no insomnia, nothing. No actual evidence for what they're saying happened.
So listen, so when someone provides a statement, say Mr. Connell or Mrs. Connell, okay, they get read out a declaration, okay, and I'll read you what that declaration is. This statement is true to the best of my knowledge and belief, and I'll make it knowing that if it is intended in evidence, I shall be liable to prosecution if I have willfully stated in it anything which I know to be false or do not believe to be true.
Yes, and that itself is part of the problem. You are putting faith in someone having a reasonable expectation that there is force of law, and this person is convinced, due to the lack of any enforcement of any law, of any of the incursions and other things he has done, he has no concept that that has any weight to it whatsoever. And all the things you're prescribing can actually be falsified anyway, under the basis, well, I believed it to be true, doesn't mean it is true. The guy has a history of deception and lying.
Okay,
for example, I'm going to give this example because it's the best example.
How did you get this information, first of all?
What information?
The information you're going to give me.
What?
But why don't you just give them the information and ask them afterwards?
Okay.
Right. Mr. Connell breached the party wall, physically entered my property by reaching his hand through the wall, grabbing a piece of equipment, pulling it through the wall, then claiming that I'd placed it there. Now, after that, he then squirted lots of highly flammable expanding foam everywhere for no reason other than to cause maximum damage. It was clear from the photographs that that was not spillage, that was not accidental, it was done deliberately to cause maximum harm. Now,
but Mr. Connell made police aware that the device in the wall 20 days before you say it took place, so that doesn't make sense, does it?
What?
He made police aware prior to you calling that the device was there. Alright?
Right.
So that doesn't ring true.
That device moves around a bit, it falls on the floor a bit when I miss it.
Yeah.
It lives generally around that area.
Yeah.
Now, ask yourself this. How does he know it was or wasn't there for 20 days? He has admitted to spying on me through the wall for several months, and I have that on tape. Don't you find that a bit more interesting than what you think I may have been up to? I mean, he admits to spying on me. And more importantly...
This is what we came aware of this morning. You're aware of the website change.org?
Yes.
Okay. There's a petition that's been made by someone called Michael Hart with a photograph of you. You aware of this? On the 17th of
Right,
January?
I've not yet finished my description of how I know Mr. Connell is lying. We have not finished that conversation.
Okay.
And we're still going to finish, if you don't mind. Now, what happened after that? Police attended and I made it clear that he'd stolen my property. The officers then volunteered to go round and get it back, indicating they had no reason to believe that wasn't a viable option. Mr. Connell then lied to them, saying that he called 101 and 101 told him to disconnect the device, break the cable, and then when the officer went back, he then says, oh yeah, by the way, they also told me to keep the device. Now, subsequently, that has been found to be a lie. Both of those things are untrue. I've got a call,
How do you know that?
because I have a call from the handling centre after a complaint telling me in no uncertain terms no such advice was given. Literally, there's no way to misinterpret this.
In the process of obtaining the 999 call, that'll make one way or the other.
Yeah, exactly. That's the
Not
point.
worth it, but, you know.
And I have a copy of that recording myself, which you also have. I provided you with everything.
Have you got a copy of the recording from someone else's phone call?
What do you mean?
No, he has a copy of the recording from when he called.
Okay.
Right. This is not a two-party consent state. Okay?
Right, Mark, can I talk about this now? Change.org, are you aware of that webpage?
Do you understand the concept I'm trying to communicate to you here?
Yeah.
Mr. Connell has been found in absolute, completely bollocky lie. Okay? Proven.
Are you aware of the webpage Change.org?
Yes.
Okay, there's basically a petition made on the 17th of January
Yes.
to the name of Michael Hart with
Yes.
a photograph of you. Did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. You know you've got bail conditions at the moment, police bail conditions, not to reference your neighbour.
Which
On social
post-date that existing.
This is the 17th of January, 2 days ago. The bail conditions were in place on the 13th of January, weren't they?
That petition,
I'm going to read it out.
that petition was put up before.
Harassing a young fit builder. Are you inferring that this is Jack Connell? Is that what you're saying?
Can I just see it?
Where in there do I mention Jack Connell or
Who's the young
56
fit
or
builder?
anything else?
Who's the young fit builder you make reference to then?
It doesn't matter.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
It doesn't matter. It is irrelevant. The
What
point
are you
is,
referring to, Michael? I believe it's you're referring to Jack Connell.
Well, it doesn't say. There's no reference.
it does
at all.
not
What does it say
matter.
then?
It doesn't say
What does that say?
a young fit builder.
Okay. Who is that? Who are you making reference to there, Michael?
It is an allegorical person. It is a straw man. It is to demonstrate the absurdity that a blind, disabled, unconscious person represents a threat to anyone, let alone a young fit builder. I mean, he's meant to be in fear.
What is the purpose of the petition?
To get the S&T disbanded due to your bungling incompetence and damage you're doing to my community. And have been doing ever since you got
How do you think
involved.
your neighbour would have felt looking at that?
But there's no reason why the neighbour should see. Why would he see that?
Because it's probably, I think it's pinged to everyone in the local area, Change.org. I think it's,
No, it isn't.
isn't it?
No.
Well, I think it's.
You have to be signed up to it for anything to happen.